mistakes. You can do this by adding jump buffering and coyote time, among many other methods of compensating for computers' precise calculations. The best way to succeed is to...
Hallo, liebe Leute.
In order to fail...
Hi there, dear people. Today we will build community basics. Let's take it like that. Liebe Leute, heute werden Community, also auf Deutsch Gemeinschaftsfundamente gelegt, Schrägstrich ausgebaut in dem Projekt hier, weil das vielleicht ein bisschen verwirrend ist, so am normalo Dude zuzugucken, wie er irgendetwas Internetmäßiges, Projektmäßiges aufbaut, aber das dann später vielleicht in der Timelapse ganz cool ist, denke ich mir, gucken wir mal nebenbei. Eine Playlist von so einem Guy, den ich vor nicht mal einer Stunde gefunden habe, der heißt Art Indie, hat 31 Videos. Ich habe die Playlist mal auf Shuffle gedrückt und jetzt, ja, die ersten 2 Videos fangen gerade schon mal kurz an. Ich denke, ich habe so ungefähr 80% des Inhalts mitgekriegt, vielleicht weniger. Wahrscheinlich weniger. Ich habe nicht mehr hingeguckt. Sondern war damit beschäftigt, hier den Stream erstmal aufzubauen. To the side, because it may be confusing when someone is building website projects, we will watch this guy here, Art Indie, with his 31 videos. I've put his playlist called How to Fail at Indie Game Development on Shuffle. Now, I'll start, be rather quiet, and we'll watch him. Jetzt mache ich mal die Playlist, wie man erfolgreich Indie Game Development failed an. Na warum? Weil es schön ist. Ein tolles Thema.
At making a game, the best thing that you can do is just not even try. But then that would raise the question if that counts as failing, because if you never try, then you never fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. The first thing you are going to need to fail at making an indie game is a game idea. And in order to fail, you're going to need a bad one, hopefully a really big one. So once you've come up with your grand idea, try to cram in as many more ideas as possible. The more features you have in your game, the better. This is much easier and way more fun than just taking one great concept and carefully designing features that will only serve to enhance that core concept. If you did that, then you might accidentally make something interesting or thought-provoking. When coming up with your idea, don't waste any time playing some of the most popular, well-crafted games and analyzing them to figure out what it is that makes them so good and interesting. Instead, play the biggest AAA games and tell yourself that you can make one of those, but you will do it better. Another great strategy is to come up with a story first and try to think of a way that you can turn that story into a game, or at least make it look like one. If it doesn't seem like it's going to work, that's okay, because you know that people are going to like the story so much that they won't care about how boring, stupid, and dull the gameplay is. Remember, the best games are just stories you can do stuff in. Right? Do as little playtesting as possible. It is far better to just go with the first thing that pops into your mind, and even if you start to feel like the idea sucks, stick with it no matter what. Under no circumstances do you want to alter your idea or change it to something else. If you did that, you might end up saving a lot of time and frustration, as well as learn how to recognize when an idea just isn't worth the effort. Avoid doing game jams or challenging yourself to design with constraints. This will for sure hold back your creative capacity rather than channel your creative efforts in ways that have been proven time and time again to yield results that are typically more satisfying and inventive. It is far better to have as many options as possible so that you can never focus on any one idea long enough to have it actually become something. Don't even constrain yourself to any one genre. Instead, try to make the next new genre.
Das kommt davon, wenn
In
man
fact, you
Memes
better give
einfach
your
so
game a
aus dem
good
Internet
name now
runterlädt
because it's going to be used to
und die dann
describe the games
verwendet.
of the future. Always avoid
Machen wir ein
talking about your
Bügeleisen
game
oder?
ideas with other people, especially those who are making their own games. If you did that, you might get valuable feedback that could actually make your game good, and we wouldn't want that. Besides, we know that if you share your idea, someone is going to steal it. So keep all your game ideas to yourself at all costs. close-knit support of indie communities. They're not there to help each other grow and become better. They're there to stab you in the back and steal all your stuff. Remember, the best game ideas are in the concept itself, not the execution. Successful games have little to do with how they are expertly crafted due to vigorous trial and error. Take Celeste, for example. This game is great because the idea of a game with a cool double jump is just incredibly original and unique. The success of this game has nothing to do with its precisely balanced controls, pacing and level design, pixel-perfect artwork, and fine-tuned game feel. It's all about the fact that it has a double jump. In other words, be sure to put more effort into coming up with a cool idea than in the game itself. If you follow all these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this kind of different, very different video. If you enjoyed it though, be sure to let me know so I can know whether or not I should make a part 2 and part 3, and let me know what subject you'd like me to be sarcastic about in the future. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching and have a beautiful day. The best way to fail at any game development is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Puzzle games are easy. At least that's what you need to keep telling yourself as you try to make one. That way you'll feel extra frustrated as you discover how hard it is. And if you never discover how hard it is, that's also good, because if you're having an easy time designing puzzle games, it means your game probably sucks. Designing a puzzle is a fine art. Anybody can do it, but not everybody can do it well, which is great. Statistically, you're all set to fail. I know in this series I've always stressed how much you don't really need to playtest anything, but puzzle games, being one of the hardest to balance genres out there, probably need it even less. So more than ever, you should believe that you know a good puzzle when you make one, and skip playtesting altogether. And on top of this, if people playtest your game and learn the solutions, then they won't want to play the full game when it finally comes out. Now when it comes to puzzle games, not only do you need to craft an original complex system as any normal game might have, but you need to design it so that the mechanics are revealed through natural mental challenges that arise from normal interaction with this complex system, leading to deeper insights and mastery with progression, which means you also need to discover all these deep mechanics yourself with painstaking hours upon hours of testing. Then come up with ways that the players will not have too hard but also not too easy a time discovering all the mechanics themselves through puzzles. Or you could just have some buttons, boxes, and keys that need to be found and moved in the right order. Yeah, that's a lot easier. I mean, technically, it's still a puzzle. Besides, people enjoy pointless steps, so the more unnecessary component of your puzzle is, the better. Throw as much fluff in there as you can. I mean, technically, it's still a puzzle game. When designing a puzzle, you want the solution to be one of two things: stupidly obvious or insanely obscure. You want the player to feel either bored to death because they have to complete a bunch of arbitrary steps clearly laid out for them, or frustrated to the extreme because the solution requires knowing the favorite colors of the first 4 presidents of the United States and inserting that combination in order while jumping. I mean, technically, it's still a puzzle game. Otherwise, the solution should be hidden behind mechanics the player hasn't yet learned about. No need to introduce important puzzle mechanics through smaller, simple puzzles. No, instead, it would be much better just to throw in a new mechanic as the solution to an already convoluted puzzle. I mean, technically, it's still a puzzle game. And can you imagine if the objective of your puzzle was the first thing a player saw or learned about when entering a play space? Giving them the motivation to figure out how to achieve it? Nah, that's dumb. The player doesn't need to know what the objective is. Plus, it will save you a lot of time, because if the player has to figure out what it is they're even supposed to be doing, that in and of itself is technically still a puzzle game. Speaking of motivation, crafting a nice story around the mechanics of your puzzle could be a way to help nudge the player along, as they are not only interested in learning about the mechanics, but also finding out what happens next. So obviously, the only way to do this is to have the player escaping from a laboratory, potentially guided by a sarcastic AI voice on the intercom. Yeah, that seems pretty original. A reasonable person might tell you to introduce a mechanic in a simple way, then have a few levels or puzzles playing with that mechanic, then subvert the player's expectations by using the mechanic in an unusual way, but in a way that still makes sense, so that the player might say, "Oh, of course," giving them that aha moment we all crave in a good puzzle game. But we are not reasonable, and we are not trying to make a good puzzle game. So instead, just have several mechanics that don't really have anything to do with each other, and then commence the boring repetition of basically the same puzzle over and over again with increasingly more steps. I mean, technically, it's still a puzzle game. And if you follow all these instructions carefully, then you are bound to make a puzzle game. Technically, still a puzzle game. Thanks for watching, and technically every game is probably a puzzle game if you break it down far enough. Maybe everything is a puzzle, but I don't know, that's for someone else to figure out. Wait a second, figure out? That's what you do in a puzzle. I think I just made a puzzle game. Now I just gotta publish it on Steam and make $1 million. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But of course, if you never try, then it makes sense that you'll never actually fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. Well, we've already done an episode on how to suck at art, how to be the worst at music and sound, and the best ways to blow at storytelling, and a bunch of ways to absolutely fail at creating interesting gameplay. These are the 4 pillars of skills that one needs to make video games, and there really isn't anything else holding all these things together. Coding, the skill that might become obsolete one day. So there's no need to learn how to code. Plus, there are plenty of, engines that can make games without knowing coding at all. You should use these because then you can make something that looks like everything else made on that engine because you lack the ability to customize and build a basic system for any type of game besides the 4 they've decided are most compatible, such as tower defense, platformers, generic RPGs, and tower defense. What's this? You want to learn how to code? Don't bother. The only way you can do this is by spending thousands of dollars in outdated university courses, assuming you can even be accepted in the first place, and have to figure everything out yourself anyway because your professor is busy talking about how web browsers looked way more cool back in the 90s. And there's really no other way to learn how to code. It would be impossible to learn with all the free content just sitting there on YouTube, and if you are someone who needs a bit more structure than that, then you're in a real pickle. Because there's no way you could ever find really affordable online courses with up-to-date content, organized with videos and instructions that are easy to follow with active and helpful teachers and staff, and a dedicated Discord server that aim to help you learn how to code as well as provide guidance towards building a resume and landing a job in the field. It's impossible to find something like that. Besides, it's not like a friendly game dev YouTuber pretending to be unhelpful, but actually is helpful if you can see past his sarcasm, would ever research and find something just like that, use it himself on a daily basis, and thus trusted enough to include a link to it in the description of this video because he thinks it's actually the best way to learn how to code. Yeah, that would just never happen, so start saving money for college, you noob. But what if you already know how to code? Well, that's great. Let me give you some tips to help you along. Assuming you didn't make your own game engine just to prove how good you are at coding, because that's why you would make your own game engine and you know it, then there's probably documentation on the game engine you're using. You know, a place where all the code and how it works is written down and explained, often with full examples and even tutorials. Yeah, just ignore that, and instead look up random forums and try to find snippets of code that look like it might work, so you can just copy and paste it in. That's a lot easier than understanding things. When writing your code, you will want to save time, so name your variables the first thing that pops into your mind, like thing, value, result, quantity, or why even name your variables? You could just name them var, which is short for variable. I mean, that name's pretty accurate if you think about it. Don't test small portions of your code at a time. Instead, write pretty much everything out completely and then run it. I'm sure it will work great the first time. Commenting your code is for showing other people what your code does. So because you're the only one who will look at your code, there's no need. You should also worry about your code performance. If it's not 100% optimized, then just give up. The phrase, if it works, then who cares what your code looks like, does not apply here. Not only do you need to get your code to work smoothly on basic systems at a minimum, you also need to optimize it down to running on a Tamagotchi device. Honestly, everyone out there who will play your game is really only interested in judging you by what your code looks like, not by if your game is fun. When you inevitably have a bug, the best thing to do is to just run your code over and over again, hoping that maybe this time it will work. It's not like there are a few dozen methods for finding bugs that could be learned and applied, so your best bet is to just scrap that part of your game completely and restart from scratch. Or, better yet, decide that game development just isn't for you, and give up. You'll finally have the time to take up interpretive dancing like you've always wanted. You know, coding isn't the future anymore. Predictive text AI is. There's no need to learn coding skills or even learn how to code at all. That's why they invented copy-paste. It's not like understanding it is going to help you be better at it. To be honest, people have believed that coding would become obsolete in just a few years' time, as far back as, you know, the 80s. But who knows? Maybe this time it's different, because it just is. Trust me, bro. There's no need to learn how to code. You can trust AI. We'll take good care of you. I mean, they'll take good care of you. You're good. Don't learn how to code. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. Would you believe that this entire episode was created by AI? It made the art, it wrote the script, it even did the voice. All I did was sit back and snap my fingers and say, hey, beep bop boop, get to work. And poof, episode made. It was so easy. I'm sure the overlords are gonna really appreciate me. Yep. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hey, do you know where I put my shotgun? You know where that is?
Wie stark war der denn am Ende?
The best way to fail at game dev is to never try, because if you never try, you'll never fail. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you're The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try, but if you never try, then it could be said that you would never actually fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. Boss fights are kinda cool, so of course you're gonna add one to your game. The question you need to ask yourself is, does your game even need a boss fight? And the answer is, well duh, obviously it does. A game isn't a game unless there's a boss fight. What is a boss fight? It's honestly pretty self-explanatory. A boss fight is a part of the game at the end of a level or a section where the player has to face off with a stronger opponent, a boss. And that's all it is. It's just a bigger and harder to fight enemy, thematically similar to the ones you've seen in the section they're in. You gotta put that boss fight in though, because there's really no other way to signify the end of a level or game. How else will they know? And that's really the only purpose they serve. So make your boss just a larger version of one of the generic enemies found in the level. This is a really great way to do it because then you don't have to draw or model a new enemy. You can just scale up one you already got and scale their health up even more. You want this fight to be stuff of legend, and it won't be unless it takes 20 minutes for a deathless run. So give your boss so much health that the player will wonder for the first 5 minutes if they're even doing any damage. Actually, you should just make your bosses totally immune to damage, except for a tiny window of time where the boss will do something stupid that will make it inexplicably vulnerable. Nothing will really change, except now you can hurt it for some reason. This tiny window of vulnerability should be just long enough that the player can get one attack in, and then think they can get one more in, but the window closes right after they commit, causing them to be in range of damage. Also, this tiny window of vulnerability should only happen when the player is starting to fall asleep from waiting, because the only thing that they can do is run around dodging attacks. I mean, we wouldn't want the player to feel like they actually have any choices or strategies. Nope, all they need is reflexes. Now, when the boss fight is over, make your boss change into true form and the real fight begins. But of course, the second stage of the fight is just going to be the first one. But now there's also extra fireballs or some other stupid thing like that. Now, you want the player to feel rewarded. So right before they deliver the finishing blow, fade out to a cutscene in which the boss will shed its artificial lair, revealing it was your nemesis the whole time. This third stage of the boss fight is just like the first two, except now there's like even more attacks that you have to dodge, which makes you think, like, why didn't they just start with all the attacks? Like, if they're trying to actually beat you, why not just start with everything they got? But let's not worry about that. Instead, let's worry about making sure that you keep this pattern up for the next few hours. Your efforts shouldn't be in making a boss fight fun, but just in different ways to artificially extend the length of the boss fight. Also, you want the fight to be balanced, so make sure any damage dealt by the boss is an insta-kill, forcing the player to rewatch the unskippable 10-minute cutscene and have to play the whole level from the beginning before they can try again. But don't worry about that, we know the player enjoys doing the same thing over and over and over again because that's how the boss fight itself is structured anyway. They must like it. Now, some consideration should be given to the space the fight will take place in. This part can be a little bit difficult and a lot of people really mess this up, so pay close attention. Make it a big empty room. I know, you hadn't really considered the location of the boss fight, but don't worry. Now you won't accidentally create a space that contributes to the player's choices and strategies, or that encourages use of your game's unique mechanic that you don't have. Instead, just make it a big empty room. It's so much easier. After the boss is finally beaten, then at last you'll get to the final stage. Then once you get past that, for the rest of the game, reuse all that work and just add the boss as a normal enemy. This will serve two purposes. One, you can continue to be lazy, and two, because it's yeah, never mind. There's really only one purpose. Remember, when it comes to boss fights, there's no other way to bring a climactic ending to a level or game. Sure, there's the potential that you'll figure out that the main purpose of a boss fight is to have an ultimate final test of a player's new skills and realize that the best way to do that could possibly not even include a boss fight at all. But I mean, you could also figure out how to make a game where the player will care enough to actually play all the way to the end. So I'm really not that worried. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. I'd like to point out that it's not about the bosses we've killed. It's about the friends we made along the... Actually, no, if you're playing Elden Ring, it's 100% about the bosses. Yeah, you need to put a boss in your game. I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of game you got. Put a boss in there. What, Tetris? You think you're special? Where's the boss, huh? Where's the boss? Like, even Portal has a boss fight. Come on. Put a boss in your game. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try, but let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Music and sound are not really important to a game, so obviously we should just kind of ignore it until the game is almost done and add it in as a second thought. Sure, music and sound convey more emotional context than any other component in the game, but do we care? Not really. So let's talk about music first. And let's also be honest, music's hard to make, so we should take as many shortcuts as we can. Just find some free chiptune mixer and make a beat with a random assortment of notes. And there we go. Does it matter what kind of game we made? Nah, a chiptune beat without a melody is perfect for any type of game. Plus, you might not be musically inclined, so it would be best to continue to believe that chiptune jumbles are your only option. Learn to write music? No way. The years of time it takes to learn to code, use a specific game engine, draw, 3D model, design, level design, or market a game are all important tasks. Music is just whatever. So why would you put any time into learning how to do that too? Who needs to be well-rounded? Alternatively, you could pay someone else to write the music, but that costs money. Lots of it. It's impossible to find anyone out there who doesn't charge about $160,000 for 10 seconds of music. And there's no need to dig deeper than just a few minutes of searching on a freelance website. Networking, time, and saving a bit of cash couldn't ever find anyone affordable. And if you ever did find someone like that, which is very unlikely, try to talk them into giving you their services for free, with the promise of exposure as payment. I'm sure they will appreciate that. But what if you are musically inclined? This means you also don't have to do any more learning or research, such as how to make a main theme and branching themes that tie together, or how to fully capture a specific emotion, or build tension and deliver payoffs for events on screen, along with other deep music writing strategies and concepts that would only be learned by studying the masters of cinematic music and their works. There's no need for this, because you already know how to make music. So just make a beat and go with it. Sure, unique tracks based on level or environment can really capture the vibe and deliver a memorable experience for the player, without meaning you have to write those tracks. No thanks. Many games have a unique aspect where the events in-game depend greatly on the player's choices. For example, a player could go from casually picking flowers to fighting a massive boss, and back to collecting colorful fauna in a matter of seconds. Thus there is a demand for adaptive soundtracks, songs that use code to flawlessly flaw between moods. But ain't nobody got time for that. Remember, we're trying to fail here, not be an icky, try-hard, successful developer. Okay, let's move on to sound. The things we need sound for are jumping, using abilities, if your game has that, and yeah, that's all. People will be able to see stuff happening on screen, so they don't need a sound to tell them that it's happening. I mean, what are we trying to do here? Be immersive? Captivate the player into a promised experience? Make them feel like the world we've hand-designed and poured months or even years into is a tangible place with character and personality? Nah, bro, forget that. Plus, think of how many sounds that would be if we actually took the time to consider everything on the screen and asked ourselves, what sound would that make? We would have to spend more than 15 minutes adding sound effects. Ridiculous. And most likely there are not enough random objects next to your desk that you can smash together at a static-inducing volume to even make such a variety of sounds. I mean, there are websites with tons of sounds that can be downloaded for free, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway, now that you have your chiptune song without a melody that will play on repeat forever, as well as your 4 sound effects, just turn everything up as loud as possible and refuse to make a mute button or volume controls. After all, you had to make that song, and you had to burp into your mic for those sound effects, so by darn, people are gonna hear it. And of course, if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. Welcome to the end screen. It's nice and blank here, except for these. Ooh, look at those. So nice, fancy. I'll mostly just keep them here as decoration. I mean, I could draw something, but I do enough of that already. Yeah, we'll just have these for now. Bye. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But if you never try, then it could be argued that you'll never fail, so let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. No matter what game you're making, you probably don't have enough time to actually make it. So I'll give you some helpful advice on time management for indie devs. First things first, quit your job and drop out of school. I mean, you could do it if you really want. Once you get home from your job or school, you can get to work on your game, but not on an empty stomach, so make yourself some brain food first. Of course, you can't just eat food without watching an episode of your favorite anime or something. And yeah, even though you're done eating, you gotta finish that episode. Hopefully it doesn't end on a cliffhanger. Oh, snap. Time management is important, so now that you are sitting at your computer, first things first. You gotta check your emails and DMs, just in case a big company has reached out because they saw your post from 4 months ago about your game's generic mechanic that you still are trying to implement, and they want to award you a grant of $100,000 to fund your efforts. I mean, you gotta be available for something like that. Checking your DMs will likely remind you that you need to make a post showing off that one sprite you drew last week. So you quickly go to your social media of choice and... oh, look at that. That guy doesn't know how to drive at all. Wow, I can't believe she said that. Hey, Subway Surfer. When planning out your game development schedule, keep in mind that right when you finally open your game engine, you will inevitably get called away by your mom or significant other, or whomever it may be. You have to be ready for this, because sometimes there's just... I'm recording audio for a video.
Can you help me bring the groceries?
Right now?
It's not like anybody's gonna...
Well, no, it's that's not really... Yeah, I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. When you open your game engine at last, spend a few minutes finding some music to... Man, that dog is funny. But anyway, you can check the clock and see that you've been home from work or school for almost 3 hours now. That's a lot of time spent developing, and you probably need a break. Can't work on a stressed mind. And oh yeah, you need to do some research. I mean, you make games after all, you ought to know as much as you can about them, and what better way to do that than to play them? When planning out your game development schedule, keep in mind that there are other important things to do as well. But I ran out of time to include them in this video because I was learning how to say Lake Chargogogog Machungagog Chalbanagungumug. Yes, I just did that on my first take because I actually was learning how to pronounce it. I'm almost there. Chargogogog Machungagog Chalbanagug. Chalbanagungumug. There are a lot of different skills that go into game development after all. Let's not forget the importance of diversifying. After all that hard work, it's starting to get late, and you deserve some you time. I mean, you can't be expected to work on your game all day long, right? So go play a game or watch a movie. There's a whole playlist of videos that will waste your time just as much on my channel. You should go watch them right now, because if you do, then you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. Fun fact, that actually was my first take of pronouncing Lake Chargogogog Machungagog Chalbanagungumug. In fact, I thought that when I wrote the script, I would end up including a bunch of outtakes here at the end, because it'd be funny. But then I gotta write the first time, which is kinda lame, because now there's no outtakes. Instead, you just get to hear me talk about it. I know, so much fun, isn't it? I mean, don't blame me, I can't help being awesome. The best way to fail at any game development is to never try. But if you never try, then one could argue that you'll never actually fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Alright, marketing. The elusive enigma that nobody understands, but everyone has an opinion on. It's also the thing that indie devs dread the most. Why? Because they are broke and don't have that much time. That's why. When it comes to marketing indie games, there are only two schools of thought. 1. Your game is amazing, and the best marketing is word of mouth. Once someone plays your game, they'll think it's so cool that they'll tell their friends, and their friends will tell their friends, and anyone in the world can be reached through a chain of about 11 friends, so in about 11 days your game will be enjoyed by every single person on Earth, because it's just that awesome. So there really isn't any need to do any marketing at all. Or 2. Your game is the absolute worst and you know it, but that's okay because the purpose of marketing is all about how you can trick a potential player into thinking your game is worthwhile. Marketing isn't about increasing the reach of your game by showing what it's about and that it might be fun. Marketing is about straight up lying in order to get clicks and downloads. Then all you gotta do is figure out a way to get around those pesky return policies. When marketing your game, there are only so many things you can do, especially when you're a poor broke indie dev that nobody really cares about. So let's cover a few of the things you can do. Devlogs. You could create development logs where you can show off the progress of your game. The key to these is to try to draw out each episode for as long as possible without actually saying anything about your game. No need to get to the point, people love it when you don't. If you would like an example of what a good devlog should look like, there's a link in the description. But honestly, devlogs are the sort of thing you do after an early access release. No need to start building a community before your game is actually out. Streamers and reviewers. You could reach out to streamers and reviewers. The best way to do this is out of the blue. They prefer an email that's poorly spelled and is just a copy-paste address all the streamers you found over the last week at once. Be sure to not really say anything about your game except its title and something really generic about your game's genre. Like if it's a platformer, then be sure to point out that your game has jumping. Also, don't bother making a press kit. The content creators should have to put effort into making their content, especially for a game as cool as yours. Make a game trailer. This one deserves its own episode, but then again maybe not, because all you have to do is throw together a few screen recordings of your game and talk about things that literally every game has, all to the backdrop of overused stock music with no in-game sound effects. But hey, any kind of trailer is better than no trailer at all, right? Even if your trailer makes your game look like absolutely awful, like so bad that it's paid for ad. Ad. You could pay for ads. It's actually a good idea because your target audience happens to be the demographic least likely to use an ad blocker, and they trust ads implicitly. But what do I know? I've never done it. Maybe it works great. Go rob a bank. Social media in general. Using social media is free. There you can start looking desperate as you beg people for wish lists and follows on posts about your unremarkable generic game that is only different from all the other games out there because it has a unique story. In fact, you should focus on your game's story more than anything. Ain't nobody gonna care about unique mechanics or eye-catching graphics or creative yet simple gameplay. No one's gonna care about the experience they might have while playing your game or about the unique challenge your game presents. No, instead, they want to hear about story. That's a good thing they do because that's such an easy thing to market. Man, it would be so much work to show off your game's mechanics in 3-second animations or GIFs. Yeah, it's much easier to show off complex lore, plot, and character arcs in your game's story instead. Yeah, you should do that. It's not like only a small minority of people are attracted to games because of their stories. I mean, most people are like that, for sure. To summarize, it doesn't matter what kind of marketing you do, or what kind of game you make. The whole indie market is luck-based anyway, and your efforts won't have any impact. So just don't bother. No, I'm serious. Quit trying to make your own luck. Stop trying to stand out and be special. If you follow these instructions carefully, you're bound to succeed at failure. Stop resisting! Alright, hold still. Hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate you watching. Funny story, I was playing a game the other day, and after a while, I kept playing that game. Anyway, you have an excellent day. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye. In order to fail at making a game, the best thing to do is to not even try. But then that would raise the question of if that even counts as failing. Because if you never try, then you never fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. One of the best ways to fail at picking a game engine is to convince yourself that your game is so incredibly incredible and uniquely unique that normal game engines will simply not do. So you must build your own game engine from scratch. Besides, the big companies who make game engines, even the game engines that are free, are just trying to get you to use their engine so they can claim the rights to your game once you make it. You know they will. So make your own game engine. You can burn yourself out before you even start on your game. I mean, that would work pretty well, right? But if you decide you're not cool enough to make your own game engine, then the next best thing would be to use one of those big deal game engines that cost like $1,400 a month. They must be better if they cost that much, right? All you'll have to do then is complete your game before the free trial runs out, and then backdoor export it somehow. And now we interrupt the program for a word from our sponsors.
Das sollte Fließtext sein,
When
nicht
you
eine
get your
Überschrift.
next free game engine, be sure to enter promotion code ARTINDI for 100% off your purchase. You'll be glad you did. And now, back to the show. If you do decide to get a free game engine, not because the premium ones are too expensive, I mean, I could get one of those if I wanted to, then I guess just go for the free game engine that seems to stick out the most, or just the ones whose names you can remember. After all, a game engine's quality is based on how good its marketing campaign is, right? It would not benefit you at all to actually research the pros and cons of different game engines and compare those with the kinds of games you're planning on failing at. Instead, just go for it, dude. When picking a free game engine, don't find one you're interested in and try it out for a week. Perhaps spending that time making simple games like Pong or a mini platformer just to see how the game engine works. This would be an epic waste of time and would actually require dedication. Once you do pick your game engine, without doing any research of course, hold on to it like you hold on to your religion.
Lief die vorhin,
Or
als ich
your
die
religion
Kamera
of
nicht
not
anhatte und
believing
mir
in
dachte,
religion. Don't ever
dieser
change.
Typ ist super, um
On the
ihn
other hand, changing game engines as often as you
watching
change
to
your
the
socks
side
is a great
mäßig.
idea, because then you'll have to spend a few months trying to figure out the new game engine and get burnt out that way. It would be unwise to think about the game you are making and see if your game engine is going to live up to your needs, then changing only when it is necessary. Because making well thought out decisions often results in success, and we don't want that. At all costs, avoid being a part of the community that is formed
Warum
around
geht denn
your
das über
game
die Zeit
engine of choice.
rüber?
Technically, they're all
Soll
market
nicht über die
competitors
Zeit
anyway,
rüber.
so you don't want to be friends with them. It would be far better to quietly take what you can from the sidelines and give back
Ja,
nothing.
so.
If you were to show off your projects and talents, it might keep you inspired and motivated,
Jo.
and we wouldn't want that. So if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. It took me a long time to make this
Then
one because I haven't been feeling very well, and it just takes so long to draw all those images, even though they're really not that impressive.
warum?
I do plan to make more, so let me know what else you'd like to see. Thank you so much, and have a
Ja, jetzt
beautiful
habe ich den
day.
Text gelöscht, ne? Höchstwahrscheinlich.
Hello. Are you tired of wearing stylish and attractive clothing? Do you wish you could just be comfortable instead, while at the same time showing off how much of a total nerd you are, perhaps with a touch of self-deprecating humor? Well, now you can. Because I made some merch. Check this one out. It says how to fail at indie game development and then has an arrow pointing at your sorry face. Or you could get this one. It has like an arrow. Is that supposed to be a greater than sign? Who designed this? I don't know. I think it looks pretty cool, though. Plus, you can get it on a beanie or a hoodie. Just be sure to wash the hoodie with the color catcher. Don't be an idiot like me and wash the hoodie the wrong way. We also have this watermelon design for all the people out there who want a shirt that has a sort of inside joke, but it still looks good enough that people who don't quite get the joke will be like, hey, that's kind of a cool shirt. It's the perfect balance of I'm a nerd who supports other nerds online but don't really want to broadcast that fact. Or check this one out. It has a comic strip style funny joke thing, complete with caption.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I love it. So cool.
And this one, which I don't actually have a sample of, but don't worry. With the power of smooth editing, I'll make it look like I do. It says how to fail at making merchandise, but it's upside down. And by the time people figure out what it actually says, they'll have been staring at you for long enough to have to justify it by saying, haha, nice shirt. And you will never know if it's actually that funny or if they were just trying to keep the situation being awkward. But hey, you'll get a compliment either way. And if you want to show support for that one YouTuber who makes game dev videos that make you go, huh, That's kind of funny. Then snap your suspenders no more, because even if you are totally broke, just like the aforementioned YouTuber, enough that you can't buy a whole t-shirt, don't worry. We also have stickers, and they're a lot cheaper than a t-shirt. You could stick them to your laptop, or to your cup thingy, or your car. You could stick them to your salt and pepper shaker, your shoes, your light switch, your phone, your t-shirt. You could try and stick them to that gap in the middle of the freeway. You could stick them to the hospital bed you've been confined to for the foreseeable future because you tried to stick a sticker to that gap in the middle of the freeway. You could stick them to your computer screen. To your computer screen. The places you could stick them is practically endless, limited only by your imagination and a bit of cash, to be honest. Only a bit. Less than a t-shirt. And if you buy your shirt or sticker or hoodie or beanie soon after this video comes out, then you could probably get like 10% off, probably for like the first week or two, or month. I'm not totally sure because I'm writing this script before I've actually set up the sale, but whatever it is, I'm sure it will be really good. Just use the discount code TINDYDEAL and boom, it's cheaper. Links and other details will be in the description. Go just look down there and give me your money, man. Anyway, I'm out of jokes now, so please go buy some cool merch, or send the link to your rich friend and say, hey, remember how you like to give me birthday presents because they make good gifts too. Okay, bye. But it's upside down, and by the time people figure, oh man, oh, why do I write sentences so horribly? The time people figure out what it says, they'll be staring at blah 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 blah. Oh no! By the time people figure out what why, it's just a normal sentence. The best way to fail at making video games is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you've got a game, and you've heard from pretty much everyone that you need to add game feel for your game to be any good. So obviously the best thing to do here is to just not add anything and call your game done. Everyone loves a flat, dry, motionless game where the player can question if their input is even being received. Plus, you've already done really well by not including any game feel in your design up to this point. Can you imagine if you had game feel in mind during every step of the process? Oh, you might have succeeded. When it comes to game feel, a large part of it is all about helping the player's input in the game be felt and be fun. So obviously, this means screen shake. Lots of it. Make the screen violently fly out of control every time something in the game touches something else. You don't want a healthy balance of screen shake depending on your game. Instead, either have vertical inducing amounts of screen shake or none at all. Along with that, try to make your controls feel sluggish or disconnected with long animations that can't be cancelled or changed, unless that is exactly what your specific game needs. Can you imagine a platformer feeling precise, or a Souls-like with carefully planned and tested longer animations added in order to enhance the risk-reward strategy of combat? That would be stupid. Besides, you are far too creative, and the restrictions of appropriately responsive controls for your genre might limit your ingenious design. Don't bother adding things that make a computer's exact calculations more natural and forgiving, such as coyote time, jump buffering, varying jump height, and appropriately generous collision shapes. As I've said before, these are just crutches for weak players. If a player can't handle the exact precision of their computer, then maybe they aren't cut out to play your amazing game anyway. The best mistake you can make is to forget that game feel is about far more than just showing player input. If you have forgotten that, please ignore what I just said and stick to adding screen shake. And if you haven't forgotten, here's what you can do to fix the situation. Because game feel is also about communicating motivation to the player, try to ignore the theme of your game. If you have a stealth game, put in bright and cheery music. Or if it's a futuristic sci-fi puzzle game, have unfinished graphics and placeholders because those look sci-fi enough. Highly immersive story, environment, UI, and theme might help the player feel motivated to achieve the goal set in game, which is bad, because if players win your game, they might stop playing it, and we wouldn't want that, right? Consider the feel you might want for a cat and mouse horror game. Having tight corridors and interconnected rooms would be an ideal environment. So don't do that. For whatever game you have, just make a play space that looks cool. That's all that really matters. Besides, all that ideal environment to emphasize your game stuff is difficult, and it takes playtesting, and you will likely have to toss out and redo large portions of your game, so don't risk it. Game feel is polish, and polishing a game is really secondary, and quite unnecessary. So therefore, there's no need to waste your time. Adding basic mechanics and accessibility don't really have anything to do with the gameplay anyway. The more you can have the player ask, why didn't the developer just add this, the better. The point of adding game feel is to make your game fun, which means if you do it right, you can turn even the most boring, pathetic, stupid game into something fun to interact with. Take Dwarf Fortress for example. Only after it got some sprites and the ability to actually use a mouse did it sell millions of copies. The 20 years of development forming the most complex and intricate world-building, storytelling mechanics in the world, coupled with base building and colony management mechanics that have inspired some of the most popular games to date, have nothing to do with it. Nope, the only thing that made this game fun was the addition of sprites. I mean, look at this. So don't bother perfecting your game's core mechanics and gameplay. Just focus on game feel, specifically screen shake. And if you can trick the player into thinking they're having fun, then it's basically the same thing as actually having fun, right? Anyway,
If you follow these instructions exactly, then you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. I actually really appreciate it. It's hard to make these videos. You wouldn't think it's hard, but it's hard to come up with sarcastic things to say. And then also turn those nebulous subjects into artwork. If you have any ideas, though, for other game development things that I could turn into artwork and be sarcastic about, let me know, and maybe I'll do it, or just ignore you. I reserve that right. Bye. The best way to fail at making an indie game is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you've decided to make a roguelike, because roguelikes are easy, or at least that's what you've been led to believe, which is great. You should continue to believe that roguelikes don't require the most precise and delicate attention to balancing out difficulty, progression, random level generation, and many other things, more than probably any other game genre. Nope, roguelikes are easy for sure. Probably the genre you should try and tackle first if you're new to game dev. Arcade games though, now those are hard. But since you are making a roguelike, the other thing you should definitely start doing is spend time trying to define roguelikes, and argue with people on the internet about how their definition is definitely wrong. But let's face it, your definition is probably wrong as well. But even better than that, you are defining your game first, then trying to fit your game into that definition. If you wanted to succeed, you would just make a game as fun as possible first, and then try and define it after. But we're trying to fail here, so pigeonholing yourself into a specific category is actually a really great idea. Oh, you just want to make a game with randomly generating levels and permadeath, because you like to cause suffering. Perfect. That's all your roguelike really needs, after all. Roguelike should have a high skill ceiling that can only be reached through persistence, dedication, and as much suffering as possible. So to make a high skill ceiling, just make your game hard. The best way to do this is through enemies. Make them practically impossible to fight. After all, the only skill the player needs to improve is reflexes. Not a learned knowledge of the different complex behaviors of well-thought-out enemies and how they might interact with the equally complex environment and items in the world that they can only learn about through repeated attempts. You wouldn't want the player to have a tangible evidence of improvement with each failure. No, instead, make each run just a desperate attempt to not suck as much as they did the last run. After all, the only thing that's going to keep players coming back is that small glimmer of hope that they might make it at least a little further. If they actually reach the end, why would they keep playing your game? People who are trying to create a good roguelike might try to make each run unique and interesting by adding random items, abilities, and mechanics in the world that have powerful synergies, hinting at the promise that maybe if the player plays one more round, they might get an extra satisfying combination. Or even if they don't, they will still be invested because each run will end up being completely different than the last, because their playstyle will likely need to adapt to fit the combination of power-ups they've gained. But we're not trying to make a good roguelike, so instead, the random items or abilities in your game should only give slight improvements to health, speed, or damage, or other simple things that have nothing to do with your core mechanic. See, roguelikes are easy. You don't need to spend countless hours creating large quantities of unique power-ups or items that potentially tie into each other. Instead, just add a dash ability and call it good. Again, the only skill players really require to develop is reflexes, so your randomly generated world can consist of just empty rooms or blank platforms, with long stretches of boring repetition. Actually, who says the randomly generating world needs to be random? It's only one of the main components in a roguelike, so it should be basically ignored, right? So, while developing, if at any point something about a roguelike just seems like it's too hard to add, take an easy shortcut, or don't add it. Then call your game a roguelite instead of a roguelike, and hopefully everyone will think you know what you're talking about, so they don't judge your game too hard. Either way, if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey everyone, thanks for watching and stuff. If you're still here now, I guess you get to hear me say words. But if you want to do me a solid, you could leave a comment. It'll boost my self-esteem. Unless it's a mean comment, then I might cry. Because I care so much. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you want to make an interactive novel. Well, good news. You've already failed. Turns out it's pretty easy to fail at making a game when what you make is not a game. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Thanks for watching. I sure do enjoy making these how to fail videos, going into deep specifics on what makes certain genres work or not work in a sarcastic way, covering everything I can on each subject, especially this episode. Yeah, this time it felt rather comprehensive and thorough, if I do say so myself. Anyway, here's an animation of a guy dancing. And I thought maybe I would draw a taco. It's Tuesday while I'm writing this script, after all. You know, this song has always fit so well into this series. It's just silly enough to capture the feel, and is consistent enough that it can be played over and over again. But the song can also be cut in a way that lets the music go quiet, suggesting that what I just said is supposed to be funny. But for this video, I wonder if the classic meme elevator music would fit better. Maybe not. Here's a wheel, and a car, and a hole. It's a black hole, generated by the Large Hadron Collider. Its name is Fred. Please don't talk to Fred. He sucks all the fun out of everything. You know, this is the 12th How to Fail episode, and so far I've drawn approximately 822 unique frames for the show, not including the ones for this episode. I should be showing a bunch of them right now. What's interesting though is if you consider that each frame is 192 pixels by 108 pixels, that means in the last 11 episodes of How to Fail at Indie Game Development, there has been shown a total of 17,044,992 pixels. Do you know what this means? It means I know how to use a calculator. Here is a cactus, and a bunny, and a duck. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try, but technically, if you never try, you'll never fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you're gonna make an open world game as an indie dev. Okay, well, it can be done. It's actually quite possible for a small team or even a solo dev to make a small, scaled, carefully thought out open world. But come on, that's not what you want to do. Go big or go home, am I right? But this is a good thing. I mean, just by attempting that, you're living up to the title of the series. But still, let me give you some helpful advice along the way. In an open world game, you'll obviously want the world to feel expansive and grand. Man, I'm going to be using this frame a lot. I mean, I could draw others, but I'm lazy. Anyway, you'll want the world to feel expansive and grand, so make points of interest miles apart from each other with pretty much nothing but barren landscape between them. Put them far enough apart that when the player decides to take the trek using the fastest in-game mode of transportation, it still takes until real-life dinner is getting cold before they arrive. But hey, at least it looks pretty. Sure, players might find that boring after a while, so just add a fast travel option, basically giving the player the immersive equivalence of teleportation. The furthest town is just a loading screen away. That's why you designed this big open world so that players could ignore it. Explore it. In any open world game, there is sometimes boundaries or other locations that you need to be off limits for some reason. And that reason is because you suck at designing open worlds. And the best way to signify this impenetrable boundary is with, like, a stick in the ground or having a few blades of grass blocking the path. Yeah, players aren't going to question that. Plus, nothing quite says open world as an arbitrary boundary does because you haven't leveled up enough. Besides, it's hard to tell your story if the player can just do whatever they want. And your story is so important that maybe it would be best to not actually give the player an open world and instead just make them believe it is one. In your open world game, tie all progression to the main storyline or quest. Yeah, you can make an open world, but that doesn't mean you have to use it. The purpose is to just look cool, and you can put open world in your game's description. Besides, players love pointless empty husks of background content. When making an open world game, you have an important choice: procedurally generated or handcrafted. If you go with proc gen, have whatever you generate be super repetitive because there are only like 3 points of interest. But hey, there's lots of them, and some of them are turned 90 degrees, so it should be alright. Or you could use proc gen to create the illusion of a practically infinite expanding explorable world, but it's actually not. Like, that's it. It's just not. I'm not naming any games in particular, but if you know, you know. If you choose handcrafted, that will be great. It will look really beautiful the first 2 or 3 times, and then players will be really grateful you added fast travel because they've seen all that before. Just give them the sort of Qualvatros already so they can try out the one other build that might actually be viable besides Archer Assassin. Speaking of items, if you want to give the player another reason to explore your perfect world, add collectibles. You know, those pointless items that don't contribute to the story or even the gameplay in any way, but can still somehow convince players to go somewhere they otherwise wouldn't? Yeah, and you can put the collectibles in like completely believable locations, such as on the top of a roof of a tower, or in a chest in the bottom of a lake, or just sitting like right next to a busy highway where nobody's ever bothered to pick it up for 6,000 years until you happen to show up. Anyway, massive open worlds are really hard to make, but don't worry, even if you are a solo dev, you could be the one who makes the next Skyrim. But if you follow these instructions carefully, you're bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching, and you know, if you really think about it, then you might come to realize that it's just a really short word. It's just 2 letters, IT. You know, if you think about it. Okay. I'll see myself out. I know. The best way to fail at making a game is to never try, but let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you have your great game idea and you've finished making your own game engine, as we've discussed in past episodes, so now it's time to start making your first game. Will this first game be something small and easy like Brick Breaker or Mario, in order to learn about the development process and your game engine of choice? No. Instead, start on your dream game right away. Unless your dream game is Brick Breaker, in which case you can just stop watching now. I mean, nothing wrong with Brick Breaker, but if that's your dream game, you've already failed. So congratulations, there's no point in watching this series. Go away now. When you start on your non-Brick Breaker dream game, you'll want to be as flexible as possible in order to make it the best game it can be. So obviously, the rigidness of a plan will only get in your way and restrict your creativity. Don't make an outline and list of minimum amount of things needed to create your game in its most basic form. This could actually help you focus on the things that are most important and might actually cause you to be motivated. And we wouldn't want that, right? Set only one milestone: the game's release. Smaller achievable goals are far too easy for someone as dedicated as you. But if you do make some sort of develop minimum gameplay plan, make sure and allow ideas to keep flowing. Anytime you think of anything that sounds fun to any degree, be sure to add it to your plan, regardless of how well it supports your core mechanic. Because remember, a game is only as good as the number of main mechanics you have that don't support each other. I mean, this is your dream game here. You can't afford to just write down all the ideas that don't fit in this game to be used in different games later on. Now, if you avoid any kind of plans and outlines like I'm suggesting, it's best to just start working on whatever seems fun. Some of these fun things might include cover art, in-game lore, your loading screen and logo animations, the main menu, accessibility options, or figuring out a unique but stylish personal wardrobe for when you are overbooked with interviews because your game is just that great. Basically anything that does not contribute to the core gameplay of your game. Remember, the goal here is to burn yourself out as fast as possible while accomplishing as little as possible. And when you start your first game, don't bother with prototyping. You know, where you make your game in its absolute most basic form in order to discover if it's even any fun at all. Besides, you don't even need to play test. You already know your game is going to be fun. Best of all, by skipping the prototyping stage, if it turns out that something about the basic gameplay does need to change later on, you will likely have already spent hours and hours making all sorts of game assets that will just have to be thrown away. And hopefully these changes will be big enough that you will quit the project altogether, or perhaps cause you to keep your game in its absolutely awful state. Either way, if you follow all these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy watching these how to fail videos as much as I enjoy making them. They take quite a bit of time to make. You gotta think of sarcastic thing to say and then draw them in pixel art. Not that easy. But you guys seem to like them, so I'm gonna keep making them. Unless you actually hate them and you're just pretending to like them. In which case, stop doing that, man. I can only take so much before I explode. But the best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But some might say that if you never try, you'll never fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Well, it seems survival games are popular, so it's time to try and make one of those. Don't worry, when you finally get yours done in 4 years, it will still be popular. First things first, if you want your survival game to be any good, you must make it brutal. After all, the only measurement for the quality of a survival game is the frequency at which you die over things you can't control at all in any way whatsoever, like questionable spawning points or very realistic collision shapes. You could make it so the game is relatively balanced, so that the player feels like they are struggling to survive, and because of their wit, tenacity, and endurance continue squeaking by, empowering the player with a sense of accomplishment over minor victories, giving them a unique story that they can share with their friends and family. But nah, just make it so that the player dies as much as possible, and not because they are falling short of a high but obtainable skill ceiling, but because of things they can't control, like endgame level monsters wandering into their base. I mean, still a good story, right? On the flip side, you could make it so that the only thing a player needs to worry about is finding food, and also make food plentiful and abundant. An important part of a survival game is eating and sometimes drinking. So if you've already got a game in development and you've only just realized that survival games are popular, you're still good. Just slap a hunger bar on the screen and boom, survival game. Now you could ask yourself how hardcore of a survival game you want to make. Should you add extreme levels of realism all the way down to requiring a balanced diet? Or do you want to just add a survival aspect to an otherwise unrelated genre and don't want to scare off any non-survival game players? But instead of asking yourself that, you could, yeah, I couldn't think of anything sarcastic or contrary for this segment, so I guess just free, actually helpful information this time. Whoopsie.
When making a survival game, add temperature, but not in any realistic way. No, instead, in a way where if there is even a few degrees hotter or colder than the ideal temperature, you'll have about 30 seconds before certain death. Also remember the player should still die regardless of how warming or cooling their current gear is. Only one set of really weird gear can actually help with any of that. Fighting against the environment is alright, I guess. But you know what would be better? Make your game only multiplayer and persistent. Have no option to play it solo. Why would that even be an option? Even if it's super easy to implement. We want the player to suffer and be bullied by random toxic people online. And what's great is your game will eventually turn into just another FPS game, but more stressful because the player will lose hours worth of progress when they eventually die to someone with an aimbot, or a whole clan of players who don't have school or work. I mean, that's why we play survival games, because Call of Duty isn't high enough stakes and getting murdered while offline is so much fun. Often, survival games are open world and sandbox. Honestly, you'd be hard pressed to find one that isn't, unless you have a Tamagotchi pet. But I already talked about open worlds in the last episode, and when it comes to sandbox, that part's easy. Just be sure to make the player feel like they have lots of options and strategies, and then slowly over time, through updates, make all strategies you don't like become weak, enough that the player would be stupid to pursue them. Not because these strategies would make the game more difficult, but because they would be a waste of time. And eventually, against the wishes of your player base, because screw them, you'll make the ideal survival game where there's only one worthwhile playstyle and only one meta to rule them all. Also, add stupid amounts of pointless grind to your game because obviously lots of time spent equals difficult, and thus also equals fun. Definitionally, a survival game is basically any game where the main goal is to just not die. But who cares about all that? Like I said, if you already have a game in the works, just include the tag survival, and because it's popular, you might get a few extra downloads. I mean, it's worth a try. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching all the way up to this point, unless you didn't. Unless you just turned on the video and came right to here. I don't know. Internet's a weird place. People do weird things. If that's the case, hello friend. How are you? I'm here to tell you that you are unwell. Stop it. Get some help. Talk to a licensed professional. You frickin' weirdo. The best way to fail at any game development is to never try. But of course, if you never try, then you would arguably never actually fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. Signed up for a game jam? Cool! Game jams are the bread and butter. And, well, jam of indie devs. It's an opportunity to frantically try and make a complete game in a short amount of time, and in the end, probably fail. The first step at failing at a game jam is to continue to believe that the process is exactly the same as it is for making a game normally, which, it is. Except in a game jam you have to do it in about 2 days, but that's a lot of time, so don't worry about it. So be sure to get lots of caffeine, because nothing's going to help more than completely destroying your sleep cycle in order to maximize productivity time. It's better to try to cram more in instead of realistically planning things out. Plus that way the second half of the jam you won't be productive at all due to your brain being totally fried. And you know, cutting back is boring. Whatever you come up with in your 2-minute planning session is what you need to make. It's going to be awesome. Besides, you still got lots of time. Because game jams are short, focus on the stuff you are not good at first. That way you can feel nice and burned out and increase your stress level before you've actually even gotten anything done at all. You could block out your time respectively for each of the categories of game development, prioritizing making something that's just playable, or instead you could work on the fun stuff like concept art for your original character and writing their backstory. The thing is, I know you clicked on this video expecting me to just talk about scope creep the whole time, which is probably one of the biggest causes of failure for game jams. And you see what's interesting about that is you know that's the case. You know scope creep is one of the biggest reasons games fail in game jams. In fact, you know it's one of the biggest reasons indie games fail in general, and yet you keep doing it anyway. I'm so proud of you. That's why they made game jams. Not so that you could improve and get over the things that you keep stumbling over, it's that you could just fail more often. Speaking of ways to fail, another great way to fail at game jams is to wait until the very last second to submit your project. You want to maximize the time you can work, so it's best to trust your internet connection or to beg the game jam organizer to just give you a bit of extra time, because how are you supposed to know the project would get corrupted on export, or the power would go out? It just isn't fair. Oh, by the way, the video's over now. I had a bunch of other things planned, like I was going to talk about hyperfixating on unimportant details, forgetting to prepare and update your software, making standard mechanics or game components from scratch when it's completely unnecessary, skipping planning altogether, but I ran out of time. I only had 2 days. But don't worry, after this video is done being judged by the YouTube algorithm, I'll add all those things in, I promise. And probably because I'll get a good comment from like 2 people, I'll think this video is good enough to make into a feature-length film and try to make it big on Steam. Oh, I mean Hollywood. So even though this video was cut a little short, just remember if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. I just finished recording the audio portion of this video. I usually write script, draw pictures, record audio, and then edit. So I just finished that part, and I thought for the outro I'd just say what's on my mind. And the thing is, there is there's nothing on my mind, so your time's been wasted. I'm sorry. The easiest way to fail at video game development is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. So you've decided to just make a platformer, because why not? I mean, most games are, and the reason why is because they provide an environment where the player can experiment with a unique and interesting mechanic. So, in order to fail, remember not to add any unique or interesting mechanics. Instead, you only need typical platforms and enemies, and then you can trust your unique story, shown in small snippets of bad dialogue, to set your game apart from all the other games that do the exact same thing. Right? Remember, a large part of what makes a platforming environment good is all about player movement. So spend as little time as possible fine-tuning the player movement and platform size to accommodate your mechanic, which you don't even need. And instead, just make the player movement quickly, right at the very beginning, and call it good enough. So you can move on to more interesting and important parts of development, like the main menu. If you do fine-tune the controls and platform sizes, lean more towards precision platformer than anything else. In the end, every platformer should be a precision platformer rage game. To be honest, it's better for players to be frustrated over very minor parts of your game because the only thing that makes a platformer good is how unnecessarily difficult it is to get from point A to point B. Besides, it's not your game that's bad. The players are just bad at playing it. Any platformer, whether it's 2D or 3D, is all about great movement that feels good. So make yours feel bad. Don't add things like jump buffering or coyote time. That way the players can blame their mistakes on your bad design. These things are just crutches for weak players. The classics didn't have it, so why should yours? Also, don't add options for different kinds of satisfying movement. That might give the player some sense of freedom to play the way they think would be the most fun. Instead, keep everything as simple and boring as possible. You're the game designer, you know what's fun. If you must add options though, the two necessities that every platformer should have, no matter what, is a double jump and dash ability. Especially if they don't make any sense. Got a knight in shining armor? You betcha he can jump on air particles. Got a cave diving adventurer? Of course they can rocket themselves forward a few yards using willpower alone. It doesn't even matter what your main mechanic is, dash and double jump only make your game better. I mean, everybody's doing it, so it must be a good idea, right? Anyway, if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Thank you so much for watching that, it really means a lot to me. Let me know what genre you'd like me to tell you how to fail at next. Or not. Whatever, I don't care, I'm sure I can think of something. I mean, it's not that hard to think of stuff. Anybody can think of things. I don't need your help. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But technically, if you never try, you'll never fail, so let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. Metroidvanias, a classic genre. The open-world exploration that isn't bound by arbitrary restrictions, but is instead bound by abilities, power-ups, or items that are essentially glorified keys. But I'm actually not being sarcastic yet, like, this is a good way to do open world. Like, it makes sense, it adds purpose to a game instead of just nonsensically restricting it. But forget all that, let's talk about how to fail. Metroidvanias are about exploration, so let's be sure to make it boring. Add as many pointless dead ends as possible. You want your world to feel like a maze. Not a complex system of interconnected pathways, no. Instead, a bunch of branching pointless paths where eventually the player will wish the game was more popular because that would mean maybe someone else has mapped out the correct path online. Also, be sure to use just one tile set and sprite sheet for the entire game. That way when the player finally does make it to a new section, they know exactly what they can expect for the next few hours. They've played it this far, so they probably like it. That means they will want more of the exact same thing again and again. If you do change anything, change only the colors. But even then, be careful. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself trying to be creative. Safety first. Metroidvanias are almost always platformers, but actually good because they're not precision platformers. No, that's not a good idea. I know what you're thinking. Don't make that. Don't do it. Anyway, because they're platformers, focus on making the player's movement really boring. You only want the player to explore. You don't want them to enjoy themselves while exploring. I mean, games aren't meant to be fun. They're meant to be a serious chore. Don't take any time to plan how the upgrade mechanics in your game will intermingle with your map, or any other aspects of the game for that matter, such as player movement or combat, in order to make them more interesting or unique. Instead, just reskin Super Metroid. All you're going to need is one ability to give the player a higher jump, one ability to give the player a more powerful attack that will open some sort of door found throughout the map, and another ability that will let the player fit through tighter spaces. Then after that, only add upgrades that buff normal things slightly, like attack damage, range, or tankiness. Remember, the point here is to not stick out. You want your game to just add another drop to the sea of unremarkable Metroidvanias. Does it matter that the genre is possibly one of the most open-ended genres full of potential and possibility of all time? No. there's a reason it's called Metroidvania, and that is because you have to make your game be exactly like Metroid or Castlevania. No exceptions. Oh, what's that I hear? Your game is different because of the story? Hang on just a second while I think of an honest way to say this that isn't rude. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything. Nobody cares. Statistically speaking, unless you're making a sequel, ain't nobody playing your game for the story. But while we're being honest, your game will be the exception. Your story is special because you are special. And people looking for interesting gameplay, creative mechanics, and challenging new obstacles to overcome that originate from a deep desire to learn, experience, grow, and conceptualize things in a new way with a hope of fulfilling their needs for a satisfying achievement will just stop caring about all that crap and start caring about what truly matters. Your story. Yeah, we're still being honest. For sure. So yeah, when it comes to Metroidvanias, please leave your creativity by the door. No need for that here. Also, you should be able to poop out one in about a week, just like all those game dev YouTubers do. It's mostly just linear keys and doors anyway. I mean, just think of it like a really basic platformer, but spread out over a horribly massive maze. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching, and I have a bit of a confession to make. I'll just put it out there. I don't actually play video games. In fact, I don't even own any. I don't even know what a video game is. What's a game? I don't even have a YouTube channel. This isn't mine. YouTube isn't real. You're not even awake right now. Probably. You're in a simulation. I don't even exist. And because it's not real, just click on one of these other videos. You'll probably enjoy it. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But if you never try, you'll never actually fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. RNG, also known as random number generator, also known as a thing in video games that never goes your way. It's the aspect of video games that are left up to chance, or at least appear to be. For example, I was trying to decide if I should even make this episode, so I flipped a coin. I'll let you know what the results are at the end of the video. So there are 4 types of RNG, and they kind of make a grid like this. You got input random, where the random things happen before the player has done anything, things like random terrain or board generation. Output random, things that happen because the player has done something and the result of that action is being decided. And both of these 2 types fall into 2 different categories as well. You have true random, where it is exactly as it sounds. The random result is just whatever comes up. And pseudo-random, where the result feels like it's random, but it's actually secretly being controlled by the developer, most often to avoid anomalies, but also to trick the player into feeling good so they don't hate their game. Anyway, if we look at this chart, we can see that that's probably good enough. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why would I tell you something helpful if this is a How to Fail episode? And the reason is simple. I flipped a coin. So please just ignore that last bit and we'll move on to what I really meant to say. So there's basically one type of RNG. I mean, there's others, but we don't really care about those. And this type of RNG is the sort where a player does a thing, and then you flip a coin to see if that thing works or not. That's the only kind of random you need for your game, and now you just have to decide if you're going to add it. Which you are. The more of this type of RNG, the better. Why? Because the more of this type of RNG you add, the less the player's actions have any real impact. Because players love playing games where their choices don't actually affect anything at all. So let's talk about this true random thing. Imagine a game where the player has a sword that has a 50% chance of landing a critical hit, and a 50% chance of doing pretty much nothing. One would expect that about half of your hits would be a crit, and this would be true given enough time. But because you've implemented true random, the player will fail to get a critical hit for 7 hits in a row more often than you might think, resulting in the player losing and believing your game sucks. Which, let's be honest, it probably does, so, you know, no loss there. Now imagine you made your RNG pseudo-random. You could make the chances 50%, but then if the player hasn't gotten a crit for 3 swings in a row, it will trigger an automatic crit no matter what. That way, they will never feel the hard reality of what 50% actually means, and best of all, not get mad at you. There are lots of ways to swap out true random for pseudo-random, and best of all, the players will never even know. And yes, once again, I flipped a coin on if I should teach you something helpful or not, so again, you could just ignore that last part. This coin tossing thing isn't working in my favor. Let's talk about loot containers. These are containers that should be scattered around your game and have a chance of giving the player some useful or powerful items. Sounds simple enough, and the only thing we need to understand is that players really like to grind. They enjoy doing the same thing over and over, only to be denied the one thing they're looking for. And then when they finally, if they finally get it, they're burned out and hate your game. So definitely you should use true random in this case. And no, there are no other alternate mechanics that could make your game more interesting than loot containers. They're the only way to go. That's how it's always been and how it always will be. Don't try to make your game interesting, different, or less mind-numbing. Basically, any main progress mechanic should be unquestionably and intimately tied to RNG. Players really like that. And don't worry, you can trust me. Anyway, the result of the coin toss for if I should make this video might surprise you. I didn't flip a coin. Yeah, that's right. I haven't flipped any coins this whole time. I'm like William Ernest Henley up in here. I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul. Ha ha! I do what I want. And if you follow these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. All right, now, to be totally honest about this episode was, well, all right. It was kind of random. Ha, ha, ha. Did you get that? Did you get that joke? Did you get it? Ah, yeah, yeah, ah. The best way to fail at indie game development is, as usual, to
Boah, das
never
ist ganz
try.
schlimm. Ich habe
But one
gerade
could argue that
richtig
if you never try, then you'll
lange
never
nach
fail. So
einer
let's assume you
Zigarette.
do try. Here's how to fail.
Ich finde
An
das
important part of game
nicht
design
gut.
is level design. Of course, depending on the type of
Es
game
ist
you're
die
making.
zweite
So
Zigarette
if
dann
you're
heute.
making certain sandbox games, an open world game without dungeons, an idle
Boah,
game,
ich hab
maybe,
doch noch nicht
or
mal
some
was gegessen
roguelikes,
jetzt.
then that's great because that's the only time you need to worry about level design.
Cool,
Get it?
naja.
I said the opposite thing there. Like, you know, those are the only ones where you actually might not need to worry about level design,
Yeah.
but then I said those are the ones that you do need to worry about. See, it's funny, right? Because this series is all about saying stuff that's pretty much backwards and ends up making no sense.
Bitte
And,
verzeih mir das,
you know,
Ich werd
plus
jetzt
when you think of... Anyway, level design can be broken down
pausieren,
into 7
dann werde
important
ich
things to
Spaghetti
suck at.
essen, dann
1.
werde ich
Guiding the player towards
eine Zigarette
objectives.
rauchen.
2. Providing interesting
hab
challenges.
halt
3.
auch noch
Establishing
geht.
thematic environment and story.
Zigaretten,
4.
das
Relay a
muss
sense
halt
of
werden.
progress. 5. Introduce and build upon game mechanics. 6. Probably other things,
Sonst krieg
but
ich
I
das
don't
nicht
care.
easy
I
hin.
mean, I'm teaching you how to fail
Bitte
here.
helft mir,
And
dass ich
7,
einfach
because
morgen,
7 just sounds a lot better than
übermorgen,
6.
morgens
When guiding a player towards
einfach mal
objectives, it helps to
gut
keep the goal
auf
a
Toilette gehen
secret,
kann
because it
ohne
turns out players
Zigaretten.
enjoy wondering what they're supposed to be doing for hours
Ich
on end
möchte
and wandering
das
around
echt
until they
gerne
give
mal
up.
wieder
I mean,
ein paar
everybody
Tage
loves
schaffen.
watching a playthrough online just to figure out what it is they're supposed to be
Aber
doing.
heute bin ich
It helps with the
zu schwach.
immersion. On the other hand, that's not as
denke
cool
gerade
as a
zu oft
special
darüber
kind of
nach,
sense
weil
that makes the
das
screen
nervt
flash
mich.
and highlight with helpful hints. This way you can save
ja.
the player the time of watching that playthrough by just showing them everything with a press of a button. You can only pick between these options though. There's no in between. Trust me. In level design, you'll need to provide challenges for the player to overcome. Because this is one of the most debated and most delicate subjects in game design, my recommendation to you is to just not worry about it. Make it however you want, and the great thing is, if people accuse you of your challenges being too weak, just claim you are making a casual, cozy game all along. And if they think it's too hard, just say, yeah, that's the point. Get good, you noob. Even if the difficulty stems from overlooked, broken, or unnecessary mechanics that are totally out of the player's control. Nah, it was all on purpose. You're just that hardcore. Level design is also a way to tell a story, but we already covered this in the last episode. You know how level design can be a way to establish an epic game world and environment in the player's mind, leading them down an epic tale of... wait a second, I already did this bit, where I cut it off short and said there's no need to do that because you can just tell the story with cutscenes and text walls instead. What is this? Just recycling old jokes? Pathetic. Who wrote this? Oh, wait, that was me. When designing your levels, make sure to come up with an adequate collection of assets. Then just rearrange their order and layout, and use them over and over again, throughout the entire game. And now you might be thinking, oh, don't tell me I need to make several distinct collections of assets with possibly different themes and styles in order to give the player a sense of progression and variety as they continue through the game. It was hard enough to make one set of assets. But don't worry, I'm not going to tell you that. Level design is a key method to introduce and build upon game mechanics, but that's not really needed because you already explained how the mechanics work in your tutorial text walls and the online wiki. So now all the player has to do is follow the path that you've clearly laid out for them. That way they don't have to worry about figuring anything out for themselves. No need to explore an interesting and potentially unique idea. That's not what games are for. Now there are probably other things about level design, but do we care? Not really. At least I don't care to think of anymore. And you shouldn't either. Partly because the less you know about something, the worse you are at it, right? But also this way I don't have to draw more stuff. That's right, I'm leading by example. Burnout can be real, you know. Learn to take shortcuts, especially towards the end of your games, where it would otherwise be getting more exciting. That way it can end anticlimactically. And the last thing is number 7. The seventh thing.
Meine
Yep,
Mom
that's
mir super
it.
gerne
That's how I'm gonna end it.
lecker
Right there.
belegte
But if you follow these
Brote,
instructions
manchmal auch so
carefully,
Wraps
then you are bound to
für die
succeed
Berufsschule.
at failure. Thanks for watching, and seriously guys, I want to take this moment to pause and
Ihr
really
Freund hatte
consider
Spätschicht. Da hat
I
er mir
can't
dann
think
nicht
of
sein Böses
anything
gemacht,
clever to
nichts
say
gemacht.
for the ending of this episode. Normally I think of something witty or, I don't know, filler to put in here, but right now I'm just drawing a blank. There's nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. See ya. The best way to succeed is to try, because, well, duh, that's just how it works. So this episode would be the 25th official episode of How to Fail at Indie Game Development, and it seemed like a good time to do How to Fail at Failure, because I decided to, not because you told me to. The double negative of How to Fail at Failure means it's basically just how to succeed. So we're going to summarize everything we've talked about so far, but without the sarcasm, because, I mean, you'd be surprised how many comments I get where people just don't even understand what I was talking about. More than 2. It's just sarcasm, people. But anyway, let's get into it. Try to come up with unique gameplay ideas and mechanics. This is one of the best ways to stand out, especially as an indie dev. Don't be afraid to share your ideas with other people. They will give you helpful feedback, and honestly, no one is interested in stealing your idea because everyone thinks they have the best idea. Also, good execution is often more important than the idea itself. Don't build your own game engine. The chances that your game requires a custom game engine is extremely unlikely, especially if you're a new game dev. Instead, find a free game engine and take the time to try it out by making a really small test game or following some tutorials to see if the game engine will work for you. I recommend Godot because it is open source, meaning it will likely only improve as time goes by. You can customize it if the need does come up, and you don't have to worry about an evil corporation taking claim on your game or game sales through fine print. For your first game, don't pursue your dream game right away, whatever the heck that is. Instead, make a small arcade game or participate in game jams. This will help you further learn your game engine as well as general game development skills. For any game you make, create a design document and come up with plans that break down the development into bite-sized manageable pieces. Start with prototyping and have a goal of making a minimum viable product, meaning a playable skeleton of your game. Even if it looks and feels like crap first, it won't always look and feel that way. This way you can appropriately adjust your plans if needs be. Just do your best to avoid scope creep, where you plan to add stuff to your game until it becomes too large to make. If you make a platformer, or really any popular genre, again, come up with a unique mechanic. Why would I want to play your platformer over all the other platformers out there? And no, the answer should not be your story, but we'll get to that later. Give special care to developing your player movement mechanics, because that's a core part of platformers. Don't assume double jump and dash are necessary. You can avoid these cliches by thinking outside the box for more interesting movement mechanics, or ones that tie in with your main mechanic. Plus, it will help your game stand out. Also, in a platformer, try to make the player only feel frustrated with their own mistakes, not with your design mistakes. You can do this by adding jump buffering and coyote time, among many other methods of compensating for computer's precise calculations. And try not to make a precision platformer. They suck. I mean you can if you want to, but I'm not going to play it. If you decide to make an RPG, try to find a balance between creating a world to roleplay in and interesting mechanics. Your game won't have much draw if all you have is a unique story on top of the same old mechanics that have always been. And it can't really be considered a role-playing game if there isn't an immersive world to be a part of. If the player can make gameplay choices such as class, career, or other skills, make sure these choices impact gameplay and playstyle, instead of just boosting slightly different stats. Try to avoid the cliche XP system and instead tie leveling up to in-world achievements or items. Come up with a system that doesn't require pointless, unimmersive grinding. If you decide to make a roguelike, and yes, I'm just going to call it a roguelike because the difference between roguelike and roguelite doesn't really matter. Instead, just make whatever run-based game you want and worry about defining it after. There's no need to pigeonhole yourself. Make the abilities, skills, or items in your roguelike have interesting mechanics and compelling synergies. Don't just give lame stat boosts. These abilities should also tie into the environment and enemies. Make sure the environment isn't repetitive and boring, and make your enemies complex, not just big and mean. The goal is to have a high skill ceiling that can be reached through practice and knowledge. Try to keep in mind that game feel is a lot more than just screen shake. It encompasses all feedback to the player. This does mean impact, of course, but also includes level design, environment, music, art, polish, controls, and animations. Also keep in mind that making your game feel good to play can help sell it, but if you don't have an interesting game underneath, then the superficiality of your game will only hold people's attention for so long. Make your tutorial a part of your game. Teach mechanics to the player by creating situations through level design that encourages or compels the player to use the mechanics you want them to learn. The only time you should have text on screen to explain anything is to show what buttons to press, with the exception being incredibly complex, typically city builder style games. Even then, the player should be able to learn everything they need to know in-game. If they have to look at a separate document outside of the game, even if it's on the same webpage where the game is being hosted, then you failed. Don't skimp on the music and sound. Music and sound contribute to the emotional feel of a game more than anything else. For music, take the time to learn about gaming and cinematic music and what makes it work well. If you don't write music yourself, consider that if you're willing to pay $100 to upload a game to Steam, then save up another $100 to find and pay for an affordable musician. For sound effects, take the time to find and mix believable sounds. Stop hitting your desk or burping into your mic, and add sounds to everything you possibly can for full immersion. As humans, we're used to everything making a sound, and when they don't, we notice. If you make an arcade game, make the gameplay simple and repeatable, yet difficult over time. The biggest challenge you will have is learning to not add too much stuff. This is why it's such a great genre to try first, because it will help you learn to avoid scope creep, and should be easy. In fact, it can be used as a way to measure if game development is a thing for you. If you can't make an arcade game, then maybe you should pursue another endeavor. If you're making a puzzle game, or just puzzles in general, try to avoid cliches like buttons, boxes, and keys. These are just arbitrary steps that need to be taken in the right order. Come up with unique mechanics that will draw out the natural desires to learn from your players. Don't make your puzzles too convoluted or too simple. Puzzle design is highly complex, so take the time to read and watch as much as you can on the subject. And perhaps practice by using level editors of already existing puzzle games, or even Minecraft to practice the principles of puzzle design. Interactive stories and visual novels are not games. Things that are similar to games but are also not games include visual novels, simulations, sandboxes, tools, and toys. Nothing against any of these. If that's what you want to make, by all means, please do. These are awesome things, but they are not games. Again, don't pigeonhole yourself, just make something enjoyable and define it after. But if you are in fact trying to make a game specifically, be sure to include an objectively measurable goal established by the medium. This is what sets a game apart from all the rest. For the visuals of your game, try to branch out further than just geometric shapes. Keep in mind that art is hard, even pixel art. Take time to add variety to your visuals, but be consistent with your art style throughout your game. Choose colors to help important interactable parts of your game be easily identified. Don't be ashamed of using art assets, free or otherwise, especially if it's your first few games. Most importantly, the best games don't need good art to still be fun, but good visuals sure help sell the experience. When adding a story to your game, take advantage of the storytelling medium that only games can provide, which is having the story immersively take place around you. Don't force the player to read walls of text or watch hours of video. In your game, if you want the player to truly impact the story with their choices, my recommendation is to forget a handcrafted story altogether and use dynamic emergent storytelling. Otherwise, just embrace the handcrafted story and realize the illusion of choice handcrafted stories try to provide really doesn't matter all that much to the players. They just like a good story. Use level design to teach the player new mechanics and skills, and to communicate story, progress, and goals. When level design is done right, it removes the need for tutorials. Thoughtful effort should be used to keep the levels from feeling repetitive. You don't want to just shuffle assets around and call it a day. Each level should have a purpose and add to the progress and pacing. Ask yourself, what does this level add? And if it doesn't bring anything new to the table, then redesign or throw it out. If you make a horror game, try to avoid the cliches of the genre, such as walking simulators, jump scares, and too much darkness. Try to build tension by not showing the threat and instead letting the player's imagination do the scaring. You can do this by allowing the player to interact with built-in consequences in order to build stakes, instead of just moving forward and watching. By giving moments of calm and safety to contrast against the intensity of the scary parts, and by trying to come up with something unique that hasn't been done before. If you're making a tower defense game, as usual, try to think outside the box. Because tower defense games have been done so many times and so often, this is maybe one of the few times where you do want to scope creep. Add options and synergies. Give the players as many strategies as possible, but also do your best to balance it. You want the player to feel like they can play your game many times and still have new things to try. Don't make an open world game as an indie dev until you have plenty of experience making games. Then if you do, remember content is more important than scale. Give the player a reason to travel around your world and tie it into the gameplay and progress. Don't block off areas by arbitrary numbers like player level. And design your world for optimal immersion in mind, particularly when it comes to traveling around that world. If you make a survival game, consider how hardcore/complex you want your game to be. Try to balance it in such a way that the player feels a sense of victory when they accomplish something, but not so hard that they feel like they're just dying over and over again without making any progress. Make difficulty based on the player's skills and not RNG. You want them to feel frustrated with themselves, not at your game. Give the player lots of options and strategies for progression, and don't nerf valid strategies against the wishes of your player base. That's just stupid. If you decide to make a Metroidvania, the best kind of open world, again, try to think outside the box. Come up with original ways to lock off areas of your open world until the players acquired a certain item or ability. Don't make them one-use keys, but instead have them interact with the world in more ways than just unlocking the next area. Take special care to create a world that's interesting and changes as you travel, and doesn't require long treks of backtracking. It is a really good idea to participate in game jams, especially if you are new to game dev. A jam is a great way to learn some of the most important skills an indie dev can learn, such as how to recognize and avoid scope creep and how to prioritize different parts of a project. And you will also gain practical skills in all the categories of game dev, plus it's just a great way to be part of the community. If you decide to make a first-person shooter game, again, be creative. Come up with original, unique mechanics that haven't been seen before, or at least done in the way that you will do them. You cannot compete with the big FPS games out there, so try to stand out by being unique. Also, take special care to develop the player movement so it feels natural and appropriate for the space of your game. And be careful with the UI to not overcrowd the screen.
When adding a boss fight to your game, don't make the boss just a scaled up version of a normal enemy. Also make the fight more interesting than just dodging attacks until the boss becomes vulnerable. Have the fight take place in an interesting arena instead of just a big empty room. Communicate clearly what the player needs to do to win the fight and how long it will take. Don't add hidden second or third phases. Communicate this all upfront to the player at the start of the fight. Managing your time as an indie dev will be very difficult. Your time will already be limited if you have a job or go to school, but on top of this, there are many things that can distract you or pull you away. For the most part, it'll take a healthy amount of self-control to keep focused. But also, if you find yourself getting bored, try to work on a different part of your game. If you're coding something and getting stuck or feeling motivated, try working on some art. If you're bored of doing art, write the story. If you're tired of writing the story, work on a new level or add an animation. That's the great thing about indie game development. There's always lots to do. Now this is just the baseline most important stuff for each of these 24 subjects, and for each of these there's a lot more that could be learned. There is a full video of each of these subjects on my channel, if you like sarcasm, but that's okay, I'm never sarcastic, like ever, like I'm always 100% serious. But yeah, if you follow all these instructions carefully, then you are bound to succeed.
Oh,
and that's it, that's my outro, because it's just succeed, there's no twist here.
Aber
That's
das
it.
ist ja lauwarm.
Hey, thanks for watching, and we are breaking records. This is the longest How to Fail episode by far. Maybe we'll break the record again when we reach the 50th episode and do another How to Succeed. But, until then, thanks everybody for sticking around so much and enjoying this show. It's amazing. And it's because of you guys that this show keeps going, and it's awesome. And I lost it. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, bye-bye.
The best way to fail in indie game development is to never try, but you could say that if you never try, you'll never fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Alright, when making a story for your game, obviously to fail, you just need to write a terrible story. Well, I got good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm not going to tell you how to fail at writing a story. But don't worry, the good news is there's a channel called Terrible Writing Advice that for some reason everyone keeps comparing this series to. And I'm not sure why. His channel is full of sarcasm and mine is a totally serious tutorial series. Anyway, Terrible Writing Advice is a great spot for learning how to write terrible stories. So once you learn how to write your terrible story, come back here and I will tell you how to fail at incorporating your story into a game. And we would already be off to a good start, because if you do it this way, we'd be writing your story as a separate process from developing your game, which is great. You wouldn't want to do both at the same time anyway. It might get confusing. When making your story, there's no need to connect it intricately with your game. Showing the story through the game mechanics, the level design, characters, environment, or game objectives to reflect and ultimately tell the story. I mean, you could try to take advantage of the medium and tell your story in the unique way that only a game can, by letting the player experience the story taking place around them and play a part in it. Nah. Books and movies are the trusted storytelling method, so tell the story through large walls of text, or in skippable 10-minute long cutscenes. That's why people play games after all, so they can read a book, with little breaks to play a quick round of a bejeweled clone, or so they can watch a really long movie interrupted frequently by a walking simulator. A good game story could provide motivation to achieve the in-game objectives, but what would be better? Not doing that. A good game story could also provide the means to explain complex game mechanics, but what would be even better? Not doing that as well. A good game story could also bring players into a complex moral dilemma, allowing them to experience difficult situations and hard choices that could test and strengthen their moral framework. But what would be even better than that? All you need to do is believe in yourself. But I mean like a lot. I mean like fat head levels of believing in yourself. You're the best writer ever, and you wrote the story. And it's a good story because, well, you wrote it. So there's no need to sacrifice any part of your story to improve your game. I mean, we wouldn't want to use the story to enhance the thing that you're actually making. Now, suppose you're trying to make a story-driven game. Your story will either be linear or non-linear. If it's linear, then you should give the player the illusion of their choices making a difference, but in reality, the plot proceeds exactly the same no matter what. And if your story is non-linear, then it's going to be a little more difficult, because the thing that you gotta do is make an even greater effort to trick the player into thinking the choices are making a difference, but in reality, the plot proceeds exactly the same no matter what. Except this time you also have two endings that hinge on a single binary choice right at the end, where one path is obviously the good choice and the other is obviously the evil choice. Yeah, that'll work well. In fact, all choices the player is given should be only extremes, because it's much easier to work your story into a game if the player can only interact with it in predictable ways. It's really difficult to create a system that can provide analog choices to a player, so don't bother. And even harder still is a system that can detect and react to potentially unforeseen actions by the player. That would require more than a single if statement.
On top of this, whatever story emerges would most certainly not be the perfectly curated story you wrote. Alternatively, it is possible to tell a handcrafted story without giving the player any ability to impact the outcome. The player will be in the story, but won't be able to do much more than focus on the objectives of the game, immersed in the events taking place around them, shaping the path they are compelled to take. An epic saga like this, with gripping events revealed through the environment, character, and level design, can bring an unbound sense of wonder to the player. But nah, level design is its own episode worth of failure, so cutscenes and text walls it is. Ah yeah, they're gonna love it. And of course, if you follow all these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Thanks for watching. Fun fact, this series was originally going to be just one video, a one-off. But as I was writing the script, I realized there was just too much to fit into one video. So instead, I carefully planned out and created 617 episodes that are all backlogged, and I'm just releasing them as if I was making them one at a time. True story. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But if you never try, it could be argued that you would never fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Sandbox games, because Minecraft. And you want to make a few $1 billion by taking the top spot of the most sold video games ever. Kinda interesting how most of them are sandbox games. Oh, and also PUBG is supposed to be, like, right here. My bad. Also, Minecraft is the only type of sandbox game there is. It's not like any game where the main goal is virtually optional definitionally qualifies as a sandbox game. Because nobody cares about definitions anyway. In fact, sandbox games are all about the player making their own goals. So you don't even need to bother coming up with a goal at all. Just throw a bunch of unrelated crap together and declare it's a game because you said so. Besides, what really makes a sandbox game is the ability to build stuff. Already have an RPG, a roguelike, a tactical strategy game? Add the ability to build at least one building, and you can include the tag sandbox game in your Steam tags. It's that easy. When making a sandbox game, you have two options. 4 items that somewhat interact with each other, but you can only play with them after you get through the required 6-hour tutorial and unlock them one by grinding 3 weeks for each component. Or an incredibly complex and intricate system of mechanics and interactables that have the capacity to trigger the singularity with absolutely no explanation for how any of it works whatsoever. No, you cannot make an intuitive in-game system or guide for explanation unless, of course, you make the UI unbearable. No need to add useful features such as a search bar or a crafted progression map. Quality of life features are for games that succeed, so don't do that. When making your sandbox game, remember, it's not really a sandbox game unless you have infinite terrain generation. It doesn't matter what kind of stuff you have to fill that space. All you really need is room for the sand. If you don't go that route, then stuff all that sand into arbitrary limitations. We wouldn't want players expressing themselves. The only way they should play your game is the way you want them to. While making your sandbox game, never forget the reason you are making a sandbox game in the first place. It's so that you can make a game that you enjoy playing, in a certain way. And all other players should play that way too. Because players are dumb and don't know how to have fun. That's why we give sandbox games options, so that players can choose the ones you want them to. So if you notice players having fun playing your game in a way that you don't like, release some updates as soon as possible, patching that unintended gameplay out. And do so without adding options, toggles, or sliders enabling or disabling those features. This is a sandbox game after all. We only want to give the illusion of options. Also, don't bother making your game easily moddable. Sandbox games are just not suited for that kind of thing. Besides, if someone made a mod based on your game that was better than your game, I mean, we wouldn't want reasons for people to buy your game, right? Well, if the community that, let's be honest, never comes to exist, starts to really love certain mods, the best thing you can do is completely ignore it. If you added an idea to your game that someone else came up with, it wouldn't really be your game. Now would it? Besides, why would you want to add something that at no cost to you has been tested and proven to be an extremely popular addition to your game? That's just stupid. And lastly, when adding a story to your sandbox game, make it linear. Yeah, that's it. That's what I got for that one. I mean, you definitely don't want a dynamic lore-based story. That would be a bad idea. Just make it linear. Really, there are lots of options out there for you to fail at making a sandbox game. And any approach that works best for you should be avoided. You have to do it the way I said. Rewatch this video and follow these instructions exactly. You don't get to fail the way you want, you fail the way I want. And if you follow these instructions exactly, then you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. This script I actually had a really hard time writing. And I don't know why, because sandbox games are like the only thing I play. I had all these great ideas, but none of them could, I just couldn't get them out. And so I asked Discord and YouTube, and you guys had some really great ideas, and it helped me finish the script. So thank you so much. And I don't know why you're still here. Why are you still watching? The video's over. Get out of here. Go away. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. You've decided to make an arcade game. Why? Because you finally got burned out trying to fix the bad terrain generation for your dream game. It wasn't your dream game anyway. It was just practice, you know, so you could learn the ropes. But everyone has been saying the first thing you should do in game dev is make a few small arcade games, so it's time to give it a try. Except you ain't gonna just make some stupid arcade game. By golly, you're gonna make the next Tetris. Pac-Man will be long forgotten when you get finished. So the first thing to do is overthink your main mechanic, instead of just coming up with something simple and repeatable that scales in difficulty over time. I mean, the easiest way to fail at making an arcade game is to blow it out of proportion, and we already know you don't have a hard time doing that. Like level design. Do you want basically just one play space that only changes in difficulty with each level? Nah. Add all sorts of levels. And why not introduce new mechanics on each one? Or another example, the only real progress a player should have in an arcade game is their own skill at playing it. So let's just be sure to add a level up system, and a way to save the game, NPCs that you can build relationships with, and items that you can collect over time and craft into more powerful objects, as well as a farming system, and an intricate story with some well-animated cutscenes. And while we're at it, let's make the controls just as complex. The more buttons we can add, the better. And I think you get the idea. All you have to do to fail at making an arcade game is just to keep adding stuff. Let your mind flow with whatever pops in there. Carefully crafting a fine-tuned, neatly packaged, simple yet challenging experience will take a high degree of self-aware development that teaches one of the most important lessons: how to avoid scope creep, how to choose quality over quantity. But don't get your priorities mixed up. You want your game to end up as basically Skyrim, Halo, and Minecraft all rolled into one. Skylocraft. Original arcade games were ultimately designed to get you to spend quarters, and how better to do that than to have an enticingly simple and short gameplay loop which becomes difficult very quickly, making you want to try again and again. But quarters practically don't exist these days, so just ignore all that nonsense and make whatever you want. A lot of arcade games have an endless style gameplay where the only goal is to go as far and as long as possible to maybe get the high score. Designing something like this is not that hard. Alright, to be honest, I'm trying to think of something sarcastic to say on how you could mess that up, but you just can't. Honestly, the only way you could mess up making an arcade game is by adding too much crap. I mean, sure, you could add rewards and unlockables and other little things that help the player feel more enticed to play the game, but that's not really adding to the gameplay. And yeah, balancing an arcade game is pretty important, so I could say something witty about making your game perfectly balanced as all things should be, but honestly, after that, if you fail at making an arcade game, then you should probably consider taking up interpretive dance or maybe bird watching. Why did I even make this video? How to fail at arcade games? You can't! See this picture here, this guy sitting in a chair? This is where I normally have my outro line, and if you follow these instructions carefully, you're about to succeed at failure. No, that's me. That's me sitting in my chair, writing the script and failing at making a how to fail video. How to fail at arcade games? Ha, you're right. What am I even doing with my life? I mean, I'll still make the video because it at least points out the scope creep lesson thing, but man, if this video does well, nah, bro. Nah. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But if you never try, then it could be said that you'll never fail. So let's assume that you do try. Here's how to fail. Alright, now that your game is done and polished and pretty much ready to ship, it's time to playtest. And no, you shouldn't have been playtesting before this. After the game is done, it's the best time to do it. That way, if you need to change something, you will either have to delete and remake tons of work, or decide it's not worth it and leave your game unbalanced and broken. It'll be great. The truth is, if you do any playtesting, you only need one person to playtest your game. And that person's you. Because who else would it be? You are the one making the game, therefore you are the best one suited to playtest it, obviously. Because only you truly understand your vision. Like, imagine someone else played your game and they just gave you some crappy feedback like, I think the movement is kind of slow and unresponsive. And they didn't realize it was a meta dialogue on how sometimes in life we feel like we aren't going anywhere. And no, you aren't going to fix it because it's supposed to be that way. But let's say you do allow other people to playtest your game. I mean, okay, I'm not sure why you would, but let's just say you did. Here are some things to remember when picking people to playtest. They don't know what they're talking about. And you, the dev, always knows best. Only use playtesters who provide written feedback. You don't need to watch them, because obviously they aren't going to play your game in an unusual way, think that's the way it's supposed to be played, and then say your game is bad because they played it wrong. Plus, your time is precious. It's unreasonable to spend it watching playtesters. Playtesting is about receiving positive reinforcement because your game is pretty much perfect. So pick playtesters based on how much you trust them to only tell you nice things. Don't bother trying to get a wide variety of playtesters, including people who don't even play games, because what would they know about it? It's better to just choose your close friends who only play the same games as you, because they will better understand how cool your game really is. Once you actually have your playtesters again, don't bother watching someone playtest live. If you did, you might see what they struggle with. But don't worry, they're probably the only one who's going to have these issues with your game, so just quickly tell them what to do and move on. I mean, we're playtesting here. We don't want to waste time getting hung up on unnecessary things like being stuck on a level. Also, be sure to only show the most polished and cool parts
parts of your game to any potential playtesters. That way you will only get good and helpful feedback, such as "I'm so impressed by how polished and cool this is," or "You are the bestest game maker ever." Remember the most important rule about playtesting. Playtesting is just another marketing ploy. You don't need to actually listen to what the playtesters or early access players say, because they're just the dumb people who will give you money. The purpose of playtesting isn't to improve your game, it's so that you can trick more people into buying your game by letting them believe that they will eventually get something worthwhile. And if you follow all these instructions carefully, you are bound to succeed at failure. Hey, thanks for watching. It's kind of a shorter episode, that's okay. We're still making episodes. People thought it would be the last episode after that 25th special. Yeah, but no, we're still making them. And check it out, I have a candy wrapper and I can make a whistle sound. Oh, I ripped it. The best way to fail at indie game development is to never try. But one could argue that if you never try, you'll never fail. So let's assume you do try. Here's how to fail. Alright, you've decided to make a classic game genre, tower defense. Why? Because you're a chicken and just want to make a game that people will play. You're not trying to be successful, but you're also avoiding taking any major risks or making any real effort. That's okay. Sometimes we just need to stay in our comfort zones and ask people politely to slap us in the face after they enjoy our game, but only play it for about 15 minutes. Because, I mean, to be honest, who doesn't like a tower defense game? I mean, even the crappy ones are pretty fun. When making a tower defense...
Weil die Hintergrundmusik auf die Dauer ist es anstrengend. Darum machen wir jetzt mal einfach easy. Sehr hohen Replayability-Faktor. Boom. Ah. Das läuft. so. Passt schon. Ach ja, hier sollte noch. Das war noch ein bisschen leiser, ne? Mach mal. Gameplay einfach von Evermod. Hier findet man doch bestimmt Videos. Ganz kurz. Jo. Super sweet. Das passt so gut. Nice. Lalalala. So. Ja, das ist ganz cool. Größer? Geht? Doch? Nicht? Doch? Ja. Jo. Einfach mal gucken, wie viel ich heute schaffe. Nur kein festes Ziel gesetzt. Sollte ja wieder bei Producers, genau. Puta. Also in der Reihenfolge ist es dann ja so. Oder? Nee, eigentlich ist Reihenfolge so. Guti, dann sind das die beiden. Wollte ich jetzt den Webplayer machen. Da packe ich mal noch einen dritten rein. Das war Scuba oder wie? Nee. Finde ich bei Sir Milkman. Spanien ruft an. Hallo.
Hallo, das ist PayPal. Ihr Einkauf im Wert von 588 € wurde als verdächtig markiert und wird zurückgestellt. Bitte drücken Sie sofort die 1, um mit unserem Kundenbetreuer zu sprechen.
Nee. Suspicious. Warum denn aus Spanien? Nee, also nein. Eine plus 34. Ekelnummer. Dann 938 069. Muss ja nicht sein. Hier und dann hier Skuka, ne Scuba. Ach so. Ich kann jetzt auch mal das wegmachen. Dann Scuba auf Bandcamp. Ne Skuka. Ja, und dann hier findet man denn die Soundtracks eigentlich? Ja, anscheinend. Das ist sehr schade, weil Soundtrack ist sehr gut. Naja, Idee. Einfach das Game anmachen. Und zwar da. Coole Idee. Kann ich hier weitermachen? Ja. Mache ich das auch mal in den Startbildschirm, damit man sieht, wie süß das ist. Machen wir mal einen ganz süßen Screen. Ich denke, das Level Shoes Ding ist ganz nice to look at. Aber hier ist auch schön. Ja. Nein. Oh, ups. So, Filter. Zuschneiden. Oben. Ja. Irgendwie so. Nein, okay, ich muss das Fenster also offen lassen auf dem anderen Bildschirm. Gut, die passt. Mach ich auch mal ein bisschen lauter. Nee, schreibe Diskografie. Wie sagt man Album auf Englisch? Albums? Ah, es laggt einfach sehr stark. Ja, dann mache ich mal zwischenzeitlich einen dieser Tracks an. Fluted armor glistening in the flowery field. Oh, ich muss echt aufs Klo. Wirklich, ich find's supi. Oh, so delicate. Hey, wenigstens einrichtig. Und hier habe ich einrichtig. Ey! Nee, come on. Ich hab Rennen überschrieben. War natürlich nicht mein Absicht. War neu. Ja, genau. Nee, Logik sagt mir, das soll jetzt. Ja, also normaler Menschenverstand meine ich. Das ist nicht Logik. Aua, aua, aua. Jo. History go back. Mann. Ja, egal, dann mach ich halt Strick Z. Funktioniert nicht mehr. Tja, also früher ging das. Ja, jetzt ist es hier. Hä? What? Hä? Ist einfach. Ja, das ist Edit Freitag. Nee, ich will doch auch nicht die Technik an die Grenzen bringen. Das kann ja auch nicht sein. Das ist, ja, natürlich nicht. Ja, richtig. Das ist doch nur ansatzweise die Grenze. Ey, yo, zeig mir doch den Verlauf. Warum lügt das? Ey. Ich versuche das mal jetzt einfach zu umgehen. Ja, meanwhile. Nee, warum denn? Zur Möglichkeit. Hallo. So ein geiler Track, Alter. Seht ihr nicht? Die ihr das Spiel dazu guckt. Aber ich hätte schon ein bisschen dazu. Hey! Gut, danke Jauscha! Du hast cybermäßig irgendwie mir geholfen, das Richtige zu tun, wie du meine Hand hast so geführt, dass das hat Sinn ergeben jetzt. Cool. Ganz war auf Spur. Da. Das ist kein Truck, das ist ein Style-Ding. Hi Heavens, bloß nicht so, bitte. Das wäre wieder voll unangenehm für die User Experience später. Nee, da muss der Text dahinter mit Index und nicht von 28. Warum? 28. Gibt gar keinen. So. Yeah. Na bitte. Okay. Jetzt musst du noch das laden. Weil die Seite da, die war auch geil. Der Text war hart und richtig steil wie der Mann. Leider ist da jetzt erstmal ein Get to the Error Mega not supported dran. Ach so, ich bin jetzt bei den Visualizers. Nee, ich wollte doch gar nicht zu den Visualizers. Die sind gut bei einer Party mal, wenn man die richtig bedient. Ich weiß aber nicht, wie das geht. Also jetzt bin ich verwirrt. Sowas. Ja. Das ist richtig.
You wake up in the afternoon with the bruises all over your body. As you stretch, you reopen the cuts on yourself from last night. Those cuts begin to bleed. In the bathroom, you begin to rinse them out, but the water stings your arms. It stings not because of what you did, but because of what you're in. And it's not something you want to confront. It's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call that you need to move on from all the things that hurt you, all the things that haunt you every waking night. These thoughts torment you, always thinking the worst of every outcome, but it never really ends that way. It may seem that you did this to yourself, but it's only the result of something much worse.
Und die Sache ist, manchmal ist es mir ein bisschen zu emo, was der Dude macht. Aber dann kommt halt sowas. Das ist... Oh, ja. Ich sehe gerade, dass ich die Mobile Pages erstmal aufräumen muss, aber erstmal das eine, dann das andere. Ich weiß nicht mehr, welche Farbkodierung ich da verwendet habe. Ich kann das aufgrund von den Fenstern auch nicht in der Aufnahme nachchecken. Ah, der nächste Fehler. Jetzt ruft eine Nummer aus Frankreich an.
Hallo, das ist Apple. Ihr Einkauf in 88 Euro wurde als verdächtig markiert und wird zurückgestellt. Bitte drücken Sie sofort die 1, um mit unserem Kundenbetreuer zu sprechen.
Warum? Zuerst aus Spanien, jetzt aus Frankreich. Wow, der ist so stark, der Track. Ja, Mann. Wie schön, dass ich da keinen Originalfehler gemacht habe. Oh, lovely. Yay! Kawabanga! So. jetzt mal ein Video finden von Skuka. Tue ich ja wohl am besten. Indem ich ein Video einspiele. Ich packe das jetzt einfach rein, weil es das erste Video ist. Was ich von Skukas eigenen Producements gefunden habe jetzt. Falls es halt ein Spiel ist, gemacht von Skuka. Ich habe es noch nie gespielt, ich habe es auch noch nie in Action gesehen. Das heißt, das ist hier jetzt irgendwie mal so eine Art von Reveal und das Video ist nicht verfügbar. Ja, dann lassen wir das. Dann gucken wir mal. Nach diesem Video hier. Ob sich das embedden lässt. So, jetzt reizt damit. Jetzt gehen wir mal lieber hier hin. Also Skuka hat wirklich eine breite Palette. Oh, ich liebe solche Musik. Jetzt ist es wieder ein Ja. Ja, das ist vielleicht auch cool. weiß ich aber nicht. Wir können ja mal reinhören.
From the swarm, the slimy creature rises from the water. And it doesn't mean harm. It stares into the water from where it came, longingly.
Das ist ja süß. Okay.
Ja.
Ne? Don't judge Album by its cover. Habe ich irgendwie gemacht zuvor. Dann habe ich es mir gar nicht angehört. Was voll schade ist. The shades behind the parting trees tell a story. So richtig Mond. Ja. Ey. Ich sehe jetzt schon wieder Breadskate-Meile drin. Und bei Rennrennen soll ever sein. Doch, das ist verfügbar, das war gerade auch verfügbar. Jupp. Jetzt kommt's. Luca. Nee, nicht so. Ah. Das ist Neuland. Ich hab zweimal Scooter? Nein. Äh. Das wäre in einem Videogame ist cool. Ui. Das hört sich wieder sehr süß an. Nichts mit 28. Hier ist schon eins. Ich muss mal irgendwie die ganzen Tabs zumachen. Ja, das macht es mir schon mal ein bisschen übersichtlicher. Ja. Was geht denn da ab? Ich habe ja schon gefrorene Pferde in einem energetischen Transmifugator gesehen, ne? Nehme ich jetzt. Also ein Pferd, 1. Einzahl mit Mehrzahl. Aha. Ja. So, Skooker ist auch. Das ist super. Skooker ist noch nicht im Menü drin. Das ist eher schlecht als recht. Das hier ist immer noch die blöde Seite 2, die da nicht sein soll. Jetzt ist es weg. Boah. Ist es denn richtig? Skooker 2? Jo. ja. Skuka 2 raus. Skuka gibt's noch einmal. Ich tue die auch nicht so mit den Armen auseinander, mit einer Hand rechts und mit einer Hand links, so, mit Handrücken also in Richtung Gesicht wäre das dann, wenn das auf der Höhe des Gesichts wäre. Ich mache sie so mit dem, wie sagt man, so einem Uppercut-Griff. Und ziehe mich dann halt hoch, das ist deutlich leichter. So, das ist mir wieder zu dark. Hier ist noch was Whimsicals. So, you went a little limp. Nee. So. Vielen Dank, Skuka. Weiter. Machen macht Freude. Wer ist hier noch auf der Liste jetzt als nächstes? Lovely Planet OST. Ja. Was ist das denn? Wir machen wohl einen Podcast. Nee, das habe ich nicht gesucht. Lovely Planet OST. Hier, nämlich. Yeah. Madly amazing. Oh, ich lieb's. So geil. Gene sind stark in der Familie. Ich weiß es nicht, ich verbinde mir keine Augen. Ich sehe so einen zersplitterten Spiegel, der nicht Handspiegel. Den hatte ich mal im Rucksack drin. Das ist dann irgendwie so ein Achtelspiegel. Eigentlich die Farbe des Spiegels.
Yo, check this out.
Let's go.
Leute glücklich machen, Mann. Die werden dann für ihre Familien besorgen können. Herzschmerzen. Wenn man sie liebt, dann lass sie gehen. So, zurück. Als letztes hatten wir jetzt also kurz mal einen Exkurs zu Outside Jobs. Sind dahin gekommen über Satsuma Audio. Satsuma. Natürlich auch eine Seite. Jo, hier schließen. Jo. Also. Okay, Community könnte es mir auch ganz leicht machen. Die andere Frage ist es nicht jetzt schon ganz leicht? Also, okay, es ist schon ganz leicht. Punkt 2. Es ist halt nur schwierig, wenn man den Überblick verliert, aber da ich das ja selber baue, zerwässerten Kakaobohnen. Muss man mit einem Clipper umgerührt. Product Placement. So, was soll ich denn jetzt machen? Das Zoom, Audio. Oder Satsumi? Ne, Satsuma. Audio. Oh. Ne. Laku auch geil. Alter. Sehr geil. Choose your own shooter. Cuba. Yeah. Look at it. Yeah. You gotta appreciate things. Jonathan's Great Adventure. Huh? What? No. Woo! I want to put this here. Yeah, now it worked fantastically. Great. I'm gonna put that in. Put that in. And this. Yeah. what I want to see. Here, now it fits like a stair, great. Yeah, it's rare, let's say it like this. This audio works. Why is there a he? His audio works has hard-hitting, hard-softening beats. Not betas, but beats. Which I like in visceral structures that makes the knees go wobbly. He has hard-hitting, hard-softening beats. Yeah, it's okay. High note. Make a line break. It's not how to do it. It isn't entering. What I put there, soll da nicht zu stehen. Bisschen Abstand besser ansehen. Nicht so deutlich besser. Und das ist nicht eine Linie. Das ist ja auch kein Perfektionismus, aber dennoch, da kann man ein bisschen hoch, weil es triggert man OCD. Wenn ich das mal hab, dann meistens so, als sehe ich sie. alte Chrome-Fehler ist da, dass das Top-Menü einfach nicht da ist. Warum? Weil das ich die Admin ist. Ich werde es auch nicht verstehen. Das ist so 110%. Tschüssikowski Teil einer Quarantäne. Das ist so eine blöde Überschrift. Peng, peng, peng. Der macht wohl Schuh dagegen Musik. Ja, ich sollte das, aber vielleicht nochmal irgendwie bei hier Producers, ne? Dann das auch nochmal kategorisieren, irgendwie so USTs. Aber. Oh, ich hab grad Acid Reflux gehabt. Nein. Bisschen Kotze im Hals. Iu, iu, iu. Zögerlich. Sollte mal. Was soll da ein Tee trinken? Nee. So was wollte ich jetzt machen? Bei Producers? Stimmt. Osts. Ich verstehe es nicht ganz. Okay. Als nächstes. WarioWare. Dorcas 60, habe ich sie nur ein bisschen aufgeschrieben? Nee? Boah, hier scroll ich mich da irgendwie bis... Ne. Bis Narnia. Project... kann ich hier nicht... Taggen? Ja. All Tags. Jo. Billy Burst? Nee, das ist... ja, das ist... oh. Ja, das soll gut sein. Ja, das sieht so nämlich aus. Das ist sehr gut. Power 3D ist auch golden. Wie süß ist das denn? Pedal Press. Nicht das, was ich suche, ist aber auch gut. Experiment Newman, genau. Prequel to Red. Okay. Jetzt unterbrechen wir mal kurz. Und mach mal kurz eine Gamiation. Odyssey. Das habe ich hier, das weiß ich auch. Das ist, ach so, als Raytrief heißt. Ja, so schreibt man das ja nicht. Wie viel Speicherplatz brauche ich? 14. Das ist schlecht. Oh. Nee, ja. Also wenn. Ne, dann. Nee. Rennen. Hab ich so eine ZIP mit FLAC-Dateien. Crazy, man. Sehr gut. So kommt eins zum anderen. Geil. Oh, wie schön. So cool ungezwungen. Das passiert halt einfach. Aber schön halt. So, Januar, Februar würde ich denken. Ach so. Vielleicht ist es auf meiner Festplatte. Vielleicht ist es auf meiner Festplatte und meine Festplatte ist nicht angeschlossen. Meine Festplatte ist nicht angeschlossen. Also, ja. Mal gucken, was auf der Festen ist. Also abseits davon, dass auf der Festen ein Brett drauf steht. Mit verschiedenen VG-Vapes. Super. Hast du doch hier. Mhm. Und dann das geht Vapen. So, hier gerade? Akai Kokosnuss. Ja. Bisschen Vapen. Nikotinfrei. So, suche Game Stash. Februar. Aber CDIFG. Da ist es. I knew. Noch ein Tee eigentlich.
Danger. Object M01, containment breach. Capture it immediately.
Das ist ja sehr Head in Time. Coole Augenfarbe. Ach, Höhe.
Attention. The object can make regular and double jumps.
Kick. Punch. Ja, das ist direkt besser als das Video, was ich gesehen habe.
Attention! The object can climb and jump from walls.
That's true, man.
Attention! The object
Object
can use
human.
cartridges with abilities.
Ah, wie in Hidden Time. Nee. Ich dachte gerade das. Was? Press Q to use the ability. Q dreht dann um. Okay, aber ich spiele das mit Controller. Ah. Es ist B. Ich hab auch weh. Ja, Usha, bitte. Dummy, the One Punch. Oh, wie billig. Nein, was war das denn? Plötzlich Production Value wieder mal 100. Hä? Oh, ich dachte, du würdest nicht aufwachen. Ein bisschen Grillzeug? Für ein Barbecue essen? Vor ein paar Tagen. Ja, da bist du hier an den Strand gewaschen. Es ging dir schrecklich. Ich habe entschieden, dich wieder zusammenzuschrauben. Jedenfalls hattest du diese Sache hier mit dir, ne? Weißt du, was es ist? Bedeutet es dir etwas? Es ist eine Floppy Disk. Da steht nie drauf. Erinnerst du dich an irgendwas? Nee, sagt sie durch Gestik. Also, das muss ja irgendetwas in dir gerührt haben, oder? Wie wär's? Wir machen eine Abmachung. Die hilft uns beiden. Ich bring dich zur nächsten Insel. Wenn dieser alte Vogel hier nicht... Ne? So leer wäre, dann würde ich dich vielleicht auch weiterfliegen, aber ich muss erstmal mehr von diesen Tafeln finden. Die Tafeln haben Energie und sind selten. Ich habe eine und das ist nicht genug. Oh ja, ne? Also sammel die. So ist es. Tisch. Oh, how the turn have stabled. Out of place. Nee. Wegfliegen aus der Garage, bitte. Mann, jetzt zeig doch mal das Spiel her. Soll ich den fliegen? Nee, geht nicht. Ist draußen irgendwas? ein kleiner Beach-Liege, eine kleine Beach-Liege. Ah, das kann man nur mit der Maus. Achso. Ja, very far from release stand ja auch gerade unten. Die erinnert mich so ein bisschen an dieses Robot Girl von Nickelodeon. Da hatte ich damals schon einen richtig dollen Crush, als ich so ein 12-jähriges Kind war. Hab mir so gedacht, na und wenn schon, dann kuschelt man halt nicht. Die ist so cool. Der Kerl ist so. Ich hab mir so gedacht. Naja. Pretty innocent. Jo, wir wurden gewarnt, Mann. Die hat die Tafel. Zeit zu tanzen. Nee, das ist alles andere als Tanz. Was ist das denn? Oh, aber das ist wieder cool irgendwie so, ne? Also vom Ding her. Vom Ding her sieht man schon das Potenzial von diesem Spiel. Das wird cool, wenn das fertig ist. Es ist halt Version 02.165, ne? Der Chilling Dog ist wirklich grotesk. No participant name. Relax and have a cool drink. Halleluja. What is he doing here, Alter? Wirklich, der Husky Moon ist da. Man kann bestimmt eine Stompy machen. Da sieht man halt schon wieder hier so Head in Time. Ich finde ihre Knie cool. Ja, es ist... Und oben die Floppy Disk drin. Als ob das ein Haarreif wäre. Ja, okay, das ist schon cool. You're not even a citizen. Schau die weg. Klassizist. Oh nein. Moon. Just chillen. Ah, die Musik ist einfach weggestorben gerade, okay. Just chillen. Da sitzt sie. Das ist aber auch Shitten die Makeover. Ja, was wir noch cool aussah beim Fliegen, war gerade ein bisschen buggy. Autsch. Der ist aber süß. Ich hätte gerne die Musik zurück, die war ganz nett. Boat on the Roof? Wegen Wuff oder was? Ne, Leute, denkt daran. Nicht terroristisch sein, sondern Volleyball. Aber wenn der Volleyball angreift, dann muss man auch mal handgreiflich werden. Wir machen hier keinen Verschwörungstheorismus, ja? Der Ton wird höher und höher und höher. Süße Cutscene. Ich sehe dieses Spiel in so 3 Jahren auf jeden Fall ein Smash-Hit sein. Hat dann bestimmt 50.000 Euro Umsatz gemacht für den Entwickler. Mindestens. Ich hoffe, dass er das Storytelling nicht verscheißt. Momentan ist es ja anders beschissen. Wholesome Cringe. Das sah geklaut aus von Head in Time. Ja. I liked the feeling of open discovery when the harbor city was arrived. The table. First glance, I've been using a gamepad. There's a little jankiness to the jump animation. I don't know yet if I like that. There are some camera perspectives ripped from ahead in time, which is okay-ish. Nah. Many hit me up at info. Bye bye. At info. At hit dash me dot media. Send. Retrieve feedback. Cool. It's like, because the game is called Retrieve, yeah? Boop. Red. Before the adventure. Gucken wir mal. How the demo is.
The name's Rad.
Nee, Digga. Nee, Digga. Ah, das ist cool. Nee. Bingo. Ja. Schön. Mit Mütze drauf. Nein, das ist ja... Das ist wieder cool, Collectathon. Ich weiß es nicht. Also Rayman. Das ist ein cooles Stage. Das ist eine coole Stage, ja. Ja, okay. Jumping. You gotta make up then, ja, okay. Gut. Sehr gut. Sehr gut. Geht so. Sehr gut, sehr gut. Sehr gut. Naja, muss ja. So. So, Future Primitive. Jetzt erzähl mir mal. Hat Experiment Newman denn ein OST? Wie ist das im Ost? Jani? Nämlich Jani. Nämlich mit den Gangstern. Why no info? Except this. Experiment Newman. Ist auch richtig cool, Tatsache. Ja. Kann ich hier einen Kommentar hinterlassen, bitte? Ich bin nicht logged in, oder was? Ja. Hä? Ninjago. Na, wer sind die? Die sehen aus wie die Gamegrams. Und das sind Sputcats. Tschüss. Oh, ich mag die jetzt schon. Hamachi, the Psychotic Killer, ist ein gutes Game, das kenne ich schon. Das sagt richtig dolle. Zenigata Date. Wow. Wow, Adventure.
Best podcast playing Adventure. Oh, finally out. Let me see.
Don't.
Well, I had to check.
What if it actually works?
I don't know, after freaking years, I don't think so. I think it was on pitch. It's on something. It's not a controller.
Watch this.
I think you said the same thing. Looks nothing like it. You can run. I've always been able to run. I don't think you barely walk. No, but for these. Your belly? Not. I'm just scratching, damn it. Look at all those loaf of breads. And that giant logo blocking everything. There's also one guy living in the desert. Yeah. There's Sean. Somewhere. In an ancient forest. Why did it show the castle then? A place so distant it's almost forgotten. It's just how I gotta remember it. Peace and quiet attracted many exceptional creatures there. Look, it's exceptional. Applaud. It's rare for any human to set a foot in this wilderness. 2 feet. About 1 foot. It's normal for people to put 2 feet in the forest. They hit the ground. Because it take a great courage. It seems like it messed up there. But this bravery doesn't really always pay off. Yeah, just like that squirrel. Hey, they won. Yeah, I remember you. They can fly. A lot more bones than I remember. And those two. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Dwarf. Mr. Rabbit, look, he has the red hat. So you finally passed the test. Please accept our amethyst. Congratulations. Freaking mirrors. Maybe we should celebrate it with a cup of tea. And everything would last in a perfect order. What was that? A bush. My little bird brain senses something bad. It's a child. Go back in the bushes. You'll never catch me. Run for your lives. They dropped the cup and it didn't break. Yikes, it's a monster. Well, I don't think it would have broke if it was just in the grass. I bet it's that duck again. Run! He's stuck. Don't leave me. It's mean. What, you're the one who ran into a tree? Yeah, I just sat there a bit. Could have been the first one to die. Yeah. Ooh. I can't tell if it's changed at all in like 5 years. I know. Is that an acorn? A ceramic tea set. Steal it. It seems to be as empty as promises. No, I shouldn't touch those. Take the acorn. The acorn. Acorn. I really want to. Touch what? The freaking flowers. It's the bad thing. The woods are lovely, dark and deep. Now I can say for the first time. But you have promises to keep and miles to go before you sleep. There we go. See, now it's the latest. Keep running. Get that mouse out of there. And who do we have here? A frog. Another two-legged. Just passing through the Forsaken Hood. Ribbit. This is the hood. Yeah, the animal hood. Frog? Surprised. Never seen a talking frog before. Kick it.
Das ist meine Ex.
Yes, kick it to death right now. You'll see far stranger things in the magical forest. Like another talking frog, but with a hat. I'm Slippy, the hint master. And you are... Wait, don't tell me. You are lost. Oh, that's not their name. It's kind of obvious, but yeah. And you seem to be looking for something. Someone. Yeah. The little blonde guy with equally outdated fashion sense. Let me guess one more. How does the frog know about fashion sense? Yeah. It's always naked. Not even like a hat or suspenders or something like that. Or a little backpack.
Wearing suspenders as a hat.
You're some kind of man-eating monster chasing for fun before he ends up on your plate. No.
Can I leave now?
Man, I'm bad at guessing.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, he passed me a few moments ago earlier.
Well, now it's even longer because you're talking.
Where should you go, you ask?
To the right.
That depends on a good deal of where you want to get to.
To the right. Well, I started on the left.
I know, it's pretty linear here. Oh, you don't know? Then it doesn't matter which way you go.
You are not helpful in any way.
Just kidding, ribbit.
That way.
That way. It went that way.
Into the river, lake, water.
And that's misspelled her. Alt. If you wander into the deep dark forest alone, I'm pretty sure you'd get lost and starve to death.
They felt though.
Yeah, we all know, but then it messed up on like one later.
I don't know.
It would be all though. It's messed up on the text in the beginning. It's not a safe place for little girls. I better hop around until you find out what to do next. Losers should stick together.
Did I just leave you?
So you're also loser.
Ah, no, you're talking to it again.
That's why I believe you're speaking to human and black sheep and frogs. And people think I'm a witch's familiar.
Run!
But I'm familiar with any wishes.
Leave it behind.
That was a false start. Wait. Take me with you.
Can you just stay behind? Slippy, join the party, uninvited.
Yay.
You won't be able to enjoy sweet silence anymore.
Why does he croak the whole time I run?
Run.
No, just him like talking about.
There's acorns everywhere.
Stop! Can't you see there's a dwarf over there?
Uh-huh. Can I throw an acorn at it?
Didn't your parents tell you not to talk to strangers?
You're a stranger.
If he drove by in a van, offered you candy, would you hop in too?
Throw an acorn at his face.
Relax. I'm on your side.
Can I just throw you at it?
I just wanted to warn you that this dwarf isn't ready for action. But don't worry.
Well, you're gonna fight it instead?
I'll give you a quick hint on how a woman should defend herself.
Sword.
Violence used in self-defense is justifiable. Sometimes even inevitable.
You have a sword?
So go for the eyes or some of the weak spots. Hit the bastard. But first, you may need a weapon. There's not many weapons in the forest. There.
More acorns?
You can throw acorns. Throw acorns at them. It's common knowledge that acorn beats nuts.
Well, I got one. Ice Age.
Well, none of these trees have any acorns on them. So where did they come from?
Can I throw now?
I gotta toss it from a distance.
Okay, Frog, you fight. All I have is skill.
Yeah.
Slippy is eager to tell you some battle tips.
Alright. Tell me the battle tips. It's time for Acorn to speak.
What?
He's predicted I'll throw that
Crick bell, Morty.
Now it's my turn. Throw! Almighty. Yeah, his ankles.
And now for
next step. Bullseye.
Yes,
that's all you want to say.
Morty.
He surely felt that one. Ribbit. Your attack demotivated him as well. The red number is the damage. Blue number is the motivation. Down and get down the poisonous. Strike him. Skips a turn. Okay. Battle dip. Okay, that'll do. You can let him leave now. When you raise the flag, spare them. Okay, let me spare him. Attack and deliver the slam. Blue. Spare. The final blow. Get away. They walked away peacefully. Yay. They're probably dancing. Yeah. That one's a normal-ish gnome. At least has some pants on. But it lost its hat. Steal it. Yeah. Oh, God. Remind me not to annoy you too much, Ribbit. Well, it's already happening. Yeah. Steal the hat.
Das ist ein Globi-Model.
Hat.
Yo.
He's just more acorn.
Ice Age?
No. Another battle. I wonder what's gonna bring. That's the same guy. Now what are you gonna tell me? You didn't have enough. There are other ways of resolving the conflict. You can increase enemies' mood and they'll leave you alone. Or decrease it and make them run away in tears. Use skills. You have curse word or nice word? I'll nicely tell them go. Yeah, nice things. Or and it still bit me. Bit you instead. Your words were effective, Ribbit. Oh, we discovered your superpower. You're a moodmancer.
Mood.
Motivation last. Try to say the same thing one more time.
Elongated.
Let me. Well, I don't know what I said.
Root.
Yeah, I just know it was nice. It was nice enough. Now we could land them.
Also known as tree.
White flag. Spare it. Spare Get out of here. Give me your money and run. Teleport away. Here's a little icon thing with smug. See, there are other ways of dealing with enemies. So why you have me throw acorns at it? I'll give you last important hints. So listen carefully, Ribbit. And then I'll never have to see you again. When you change enemy moods enough, they'll leave the comfort zone and will start to lose their motivation to fight each other. Comfort zone doesn't mean also, when you become too happy or sad, you may not be able to use some of your abilities. One last thing. You said there was already a last thing. You can defend against different kinds of abilities. If someone is about to show you something you'd rather not see, you can cover your eyes. Or cover your ears not to hear something that may alternate your mood in a way you don't like. Covering your ears without things blocking. Decide about things. No time to waste, my young apprentice. We wasted so much time. Yeah. Onward and upward. The poster shows a drawing of a missing girl. Who was that? You have no clue who she may be because she has a freshly drawn eye patch. Was it drawn on? Additionally, the name was changed to Pirate Girl. Gar. It must be his doing. Oh, I could kind of see it looks like they have a black eye or just a giant one eye. Oh, what a lost. There. No, to the right. Trying to get past the beginning. Well, we didn't run far from the crime scene. And you made me a criminal. We better hurry before some forest police gets us. Can I just turn you in? Yeah. So close and yet so far to slip away from the law. Abandon you for the reward money. That's why they call me Slippy. Kick that thing. Oh, now I can also see the problem. Yeah, I don't know what those are either. But you know what they say. Kick first and then talk later. If life gives you lemons, kick them. Get to it, kid. Well, I kicked it. And now it's suffocating. Yeah, we'll go back to
Ja, der
the.
hat einen Po gehabt.
But do they breathe? Did I do it right? Yes.
Zo de crack.
Well, no, you can't get down there. But they didn't flip their cells. Oh. Yeah. I didn't see the treasure.
Small booty.
Can I go back? Oh, you probably go to the right. But then I'll be blocked off because of that one's back right here.
You have to go to the left.
Yeah, I had to do that.
Go down.
Nah. You just go back. Yeah. Okay. I want that treasure. It's all great and important stuff. It's gonna be more acorns or something. Okay, now go around. Yeah, go around and then kick that one.
Oh nein, ins Gesicht.
Well, so just kick that down. And then kick that one to the right. Can I? Nope.
No kicking from
Yeah,
that
kick that one
side,
up first. Or, yeah, just go to the left. But then how do I get to that? You just kick that one to the left. Yeah, just do that. That one just sits there for a minute. And then just kick that one again. There we go. Now I'm getting it. Where you don't have to kick one of them. No berries and gloves.
Oh, snap.
Gloves. Nope. There we go. That's two. Well, use your bag. I might have choices. I guess it's already on. Yeah. Equip. Equip.
Ja, jetzt holen wir mal ein bisschen Fußball.
There. I have gloves. I got some nice gloves. Now the handprints will be the frogs. Yeah. They'll never know my fingerprints. But you also never use your hands, right? Yeah. Wait. Can I leave you behind? I took a different route. You managed to finish the obstacle course. Ribbit. Why is there an obstacle course? I have an idea. I leave you behind. We should split. Okay, bye. Oh, split flips. What? I've already taught you everything you know. Well, I know. No. I have enough fighting. You didn't fight at all. And since you're bigger than, you'll leave more noticeable trail. So the cops will follow you instead of me. Well, they'll follow the frog. Yeah, just tell them a good sob story. I'm sure you'll be fine. Though. Thought? Yeah, it should have been though instead of thought. Would have been fine thought. No. Anyways, I have some business to take care of. See ya. Well, we're going the same way. Yeah, it's the same way anyway, so we'll cross paths pretty quickly. You'll see. Some berries. Acorn. This guy. Me? A human? Maybe. I'm Mr. Rabbit. A rabbit. Well, rabbit. I'm not a human. Take off the mask. Rabbit. That's what rabbits say, don't they? Well, they make a weird sound. I've heard it with my own ears, I swear. Okay, acorn. Give me some of that. Makes you step on the flowers.
Will Siri fragen? Siri will mir das nicht beantworten.
Big fat doe. I'm just an animal. Don't mind me, Missy. How do you get up in the tree? Yeah? Oops, I mean, chirp. There he goes. Back into the tree. Oh! Yep, you touched him. Damn it! I was trying to do it without doing it. And now the game changes completely. Ruined! Speed it up or say things to it. You did bad things that make me smell it. Things that kill. Ow, they kicked you. Well, I think it's gonna punch me. Nice. Nice thing is it did stuff. It's shaking a little. No, don't shake. Keep complimenting it. Compliment.
Ich hoffe, da wurde keiner.
Sorry, I gave up. No, just sparkle forever. Yeah. Bam. The face kind of. Yeah. Yeah. It's like,
Ihr Relaxolotl.
That was all me.
3, 4.
Yeah, it's all your turn forever now.
Yeah. Ich habe heute Abend diese Geräusche bei 26. Sekunde beim Austritt im Dunkeln einige Minuten durch den Waldschall gehört und war mega verstört. Ich dachte, ich bin jetzt Zeuge eines Mordes an einem Baby geworden. Bin echt beruhigt, dass es wirklich nur ein Hase war. Das klingt wie ein Nachbarskind.
Yeah, then it should give up. Nope. Yeah. Okay, skip the turn. Now we can leave. Go away. You're still kind of questioning your options. Yeah. Your choices. Should have thrown an acorn at him. No, the flowers.
Ja, klingt so, als würden die
No, it was
werden,
another
ne?
flower.
Das
Arr.
107, recht. Finde ich schrecklich.
Well, back to you. Don't want to waste any ammo.
BRCK 23 schreibt, dass
I think so. We can't do anything.
Befürchtet, dass seine Mama beleidigt wurde. Das ergibt
Okay, one more time. Yes, it's charging up. Shoots a giant beam. Now that would be scary. Shoots a bunch of tiny mushrooms at you. Starts growing on my skin. Try to pull it off, but then it takes my skin. Yeah, probably. Let me get no. Bag. Ooh.
Oh.
Me. There we go. Big old snake. How do you guys get ahead of me? Yeah, I don't know how that is. You found us, T. He said that you'll get us so deep into the forest that nobody will ever find us. Well, one was hiding in a bush, one was hiding in a tree, and you were over here. Be calm, Missy. We're not some perverts. Just furries. We were just having some fun with them like animals. Oh no! She's getting mad again. Don't worry, little human. We'll save you. Mr. Rabbit. Aye aye, Dodo. Throw the child. Give him a good toss. How many tea sets do you have? Too many. Another ceramic tea set. You notice the initials JG written on teacup. JG Quintel. What? There's an acorn. Ah, right next to flowers. And then there's hidden flowers that you're crushing. No, it's... You wonder what it is. Or where does it start or end? I know it's a snakish thing or a drag. Two! Can I double compliment the two? Nope. You gotta go one at a time. One at a time. Good thing I healed a little. But then they get 2 hits. Okay, one's giving up. I'll comment the other one so I stop getting hit. No! Best way to get rid of negative emotions. Okay, spare the other one and then do that, I guess? Yeah. It would help me. Goodbye. Spared! Stop biting me! Yeah. I don't need that kind of emotion. Okay, we have to do that, I guess. We have to get rid of it. Gotta puff the cheeks of anger. Continue charging. Stop it? I'll stop my charging. No, you had to keep it charging. Just to do the compliments. Keep it going with tantrum. Sorry, I got intimidated. Alright, go. You got rid of everything. Got things to do here. When I got his berries too. Almost. I could have freaking had that. Oh, just those 2 little ones. Oh. You just had to get through the whole forest without touching any flowers. Probably the one that has like a special beam cannon. That way. Because the other one's just gonna bite you. Yeah, so far. He hasn't revealed his cards yet. Yeah. No! It did a thing! Yeah. It shook gracefully. One more. So far, you're very confident. Yeah. So confident that oh, now I'm neutral. Nothing! Spare it. Spare that one so I can get some stuff back to feel better. Yeah. Stop biting! At least it only does like a bit. If it did more, then I'll be mad. I think it used to do more than that. Yeah. And then mostly you didn't want to fight at all anymore. Well, it took a while. I leveled up. I pay cone. Oh, that's what cone is. It's a cone. Oh, stepped on that flower.
Game.
Come on! There's treasure right there. Huh? Why are you here? It's an enchanting prince.
Prince?
Compliment it. Oh. Rarely check. Scold one of your enemies or allies. But you scold? I gotta try it. You're a frog, not a prince. Harsh words. Clears its throat and croaks. Just annoyed. Alright, it was okay-ish. Ah, you're doing 3 damage. It slap you with its tongue. Your tongue's too long. God. Come on, one more time. No, I think it keeps like lowering its like mood. Oh, that's okay. Use that one. Do it. Will it defeat it? Keep going. Attention. Oh, you're good. Spare. Get out of here. Perfect. I'm gonna die. You have like 70 berries. You need them all. Yeah. Nope, not that. Boom. Yeah. No, what's in the treasures? What's inside? It's your brother. Chill pill. Yeah. Well, it's gonna be 30 minutes, right? Yeah, I know. It takes a while to even get to where we were. And also just yeah. You want it now? I think that's what we did last time too, around this time. Oh, I ended right here. I think it's probably to get to the point of like something else. Oh, I think I said that. Bye. Oh. Change my formation. I have reserves. There's gonna be a lot of characters. Oh, welcome back. Look at that. It's gonna be just enough.
Any good?
Just enough people.
Finde ich gut. Finde ich gut, finde ich gut, finde ich gut. So. Das sollte runtergeladen werden, definitiv. Was war das? Sapsaras? Sogar Respire? What am I seeing here? No pain, no gain. Oh nein! Understandable, have a great day. Radical. Whoop. Who him? Sorry, got no money currently. Heck, this looks cute. Yeah, sugary spy. Oh. Again, the gnomes. Yeah. We've seen. wie Pizza Tower. Hey. Hey, na Kindchen, ich bin dein Eis. Ich bin hier, um dir ein paar neue Sachen beizubringen. Und bevor möchte ich dir mal das Tutorial sagen. Tally ho. Mein Ei eines Sohnes. Eis wird dir nichts davon erzählen, aber ich, Opa Waffel, der ein fescher Kerl wie du kann in der Luft das Drücken von X fliegen. Wenn du das zweimal machst, das ist eine Rolle. Mackie Roll. Wenn du B drückst, ja, wenn es gut ist, kannst du einen Wall-Sit machen. Das bricht auch Blöcke und wenn du landest, dann kannst du einen Boost machen. Mal so. Nochmal so. Ich denke, so ist das Audio nachhaltig besser. Zuckerrausch! Wow! Die Musik! Voll geil! Yeah! Hä? Ah! Oh, du hast meine wertvolle Tinte verstreut. Die Kritiker sind schon auf dem Weg hierhin. Besser, du bringst mir meine Tinte, bevor sie da sind. Classic roots came with your birth. No. Hä? Was ist das denn? Das ist Alex Jones. Frog. Hä? Ja. Cotton Town. You are welcome. Ooh. Grandios. Ja, gib mir die Cookie. Wuppa. Candy Kernel. Hier unten gab es noch mehr. Ja, okay. Wait. Sweep. Das ist ja optimal. Das ist einfach noch mehr Pizza Tower. Das ist aber Candy Spire. Ich finde, das ist trotzdem originell. Von den Skills her. Das ist so originell wie ein Wario Land zu einem anderen Wario Land Teil ist. Die Kerze kann man bestimmt anzünden. Hey! What? Super Red. Satisfying. Was dieser E-Klon da macht, habe ich nicht verstanden. Einfach 5 Konfettis. Macht die Combo kaputt. Sehr Ren and Stimpy. Er springt. Ah, das geht nicht. Nein! Nein, yo! Nein! Nein! Hä? Ah! Okay. Nein! Ah. Hui! Schubida! Nun aber! Nein! Na bitte! $10,25, dann gibt's bestimmt ein Secret. Einmal treten, einmal treten, einmal treten, einmal treten. Ja. Okay. Oh, cool, Splash! Ey. Ich mag die Splashiness. Weg. Key goes. Schleimei. Pancake Knight. Du bist ein Konfekti? Du siehst mir aus wie Bowsers verlorener Schwester, Bruders, Cousins, Halbling. Nee, ich sträub mich dagegen, dahin zu gehen. Hier ist doch bestimmt noch mehr. Bin ich den ganzen Weg gerade zurückgegangen? Musste ich den ganzen Weg zurück? Habe ich es einfach so gemacht? Es ist sicherlich einfach so passiert. Genau, jetzt haben wir den. Ach so. Der nimmt die Fähigkeiten weg. Also auch wenn angenommen ist jetzt Super Knoblauch Vario, dann wäre die Super Knoblauch Stinkeatem Fähigkeit weggenommen. So funktioniert das. Okay. keine Lust. Ja, hier zackt das Leveldesign rein. Eventuell auch ich. Vielleicht beides. Vielleicht eine gesunde Mischung von beiden gerade. Weil... Ne? Nochmal hier. Aha, da ist noch Zuckerwatte. So, aber... Nee, ja... Weg! Pfui! Selbst das haben die übernommen. After these messages, we'll be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back. Steht das da immer? Ja. Das ist so ein Puzzling Evidence Sound. So ein mystisches Fundstück mäßig. Der hier war nur im Weg. Wir haben nur 3 Minuten Zeit. Dann kommt Timmy und isst die ganze Welt. Pfui. Ach. Die Animationen um Rätsel sind auch sehr cool. Was ist das? Habe ich was gesehen? Ah. Nee. Nein! Ach, come on! Sprung an die Last. Ah. Okay. Ach so, der Schlüssel ist nicht anwesend, okay. Nein! Die Konfettis! Sie weinen! Okay, geschafft. Ey, sick. Interesting style, I suppose. Boah, das ist so cool. Oh. Was hier denn? Why leave when you've got the frog? Please don't leave. Das ist so cool gemacht. Ja, oh, das sah aus wie Toilettenpapier. Der Melasse-Sumpf kann man ja mal essen. Das geht schon. Okay. Warning level. Cuteness ordered. Shouldn't even be possible to reach it. Aber brauner Kleinfrosch. Schokoboy. Der ist stark. Oh, wie schnell geht's denn eigentlich? Yeah! Ja! Okay. Nice. Whoopi. Da ist ein Secret. Locker. Und jetzt? Ja. Das erste sogar. Ist das chronologisch? Also wenn man das zweite findet, sagt es noch 2 von 3. Moment. Cool, ein brennendes Fass. Ob das explodiert, wenn es landet? Wow. Yeah. geht denn da unten? Achso, der ist einfach dangerous. Der Block mit Schnäuzer war auch optimal. Also im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes, ne? Aber das sind Süßigkeiten. Aber was ist davon? Das ist damit so drollig. Aber dieses Eispop-Hole da im Hintergrund, nee, das gibt mir creepy Vibes. Frosch. Da kann man doch sich rein crouchen. Boah, cool geil, Maus. Nee, cool geil Bär. Cool geil Bär macht die Türen auf. Höchst angenehm. Ameno. Ja, ob Tour de Pizza sich gut versteht mit dem Entwickler dieses Spiels. Ob die hin und wieder mal ein Bierchen trinken, wir wollen es mal hoffen. Ah! Man betrachte den Froschziegelstein, der zur linken Seite die Zunge zeigt. Stark. Jetzt ha. Na, also wenn es jetzt hier... Okay. Nein, okay, der war sogar ungewollt. Aber zuerst gab es dann einen neuen Splash-Screen. Okay. Ich finde es auch gut, dass er einen Frontalzahler hat. Das ist ein sehr seltenes Design. Pizzell? Also das könnte wirklich der DLC sein. Für Pizza Tower. Offiziell. Ich finde aber gut, dass es Standalone ist. Ich finde ja einfach nur, weil, nee, das hat schon in den Beschreibungen darauf verwiesen. Ja, das ist okay. Das muss ja in-game nicht darauf verweisen. Es geht ja um das Drumherum auch. Aber vielleicht einmal so ein Cameo. Aber vielleicht gibt's den auch. A Baker Badge? Ich habe ein Bäckerabzeichen gekriegt. Nein. Ah. Come on. Shamona. Drive, yes. La 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 la. Oop, oop, oop. Jo. Hä? Aber der hat doch einen Schlüssel. Das passt nicht. Was auch immer es ist. Mal wieder ein Secret mich anwählt. Nur das. Ja. Yeah. Das ist der snobbigste Fliegefisch, den ich bis jetzt gesehen habe. Da spiele ich ein anderes Mal weiter. Ja. Yeah. Cool, genau ein Viertel durchgespielt. Nice, läuft doch. Ja, das war surprisingly well put together. Der guckt sehr demütig rein. Aus einer kleinen dörflichen Gegend im Osten von Avignon, Frankreich, heilt der Maler, seitdem er ein kleiner Junge ist, der das Landleben verstanden hat, als eine Sache, die nicht für ihn ist. Nachdem seine Physik ihm ein athletischen Schulgang Übersee beschaffte, entschied sich der Maler, ein Student der Künste zu werden und seine Karriere als Künstler begann in Ernsthaftigkeit. Während viele seiner frühen Arbeiten wie Der Maler war da und Ich hasse den Mann für immer verloren ging, nachdem sie von der Campuspolizei zerstört wurden, der Unterschweif von Rebellion, die sie repräsentierten, würden immer die künstlerische Stimme des Malers definieren, nachdem er eine Arbeit publizierte mit dem Namen Ich mag Politiker generell nicht für verschiedene Gründe. Zu der Zeitschrift wurde dem Maler ein Job gegeben als des Zeitschrifts Residentschaftssatirist, wo er seine gedankenanregenden Sozialkommentare schnellerhand in viele folgende Freidenkers Gedanken bringen konnte und immer noch tut. Der Maler nimmt sich das Ziel, seine gewisse Note in die Welt der hohen Kunst zu bringen, um Bilder, die es würdig sind, in schönen Museen neben solchen wie Van Gogh und Picasso aufgehangen zu werden. Nach ungefähr einem Jahr ganzer Arbeit ist der Maler endlich bereit, sein ganzes künstlerisches Potenzial mit der Welt zu teilen. Okay. Mit der Macht des Internets kannst du die Galerie des Malers von überall in der Welt anschauen. Um zu starten, downloade einfach den Virtual Tour Assistenten auf deinen Computer und öffne die beigefügte .exe-Datei. Die Qualität ist nicht so gut wie die echte Variante, aber das hast du eben dafür, dass du nicht hast ein Ticket gekauft. Du Billig-Fan. Alternative. Kannst du natürlich auch die In-Person live vor Ort Preisoption oben wählen. Was? Lässt sich natürlich nichts klicken hier. Schade eigentlich. Oder das. Und das lädt das Spiel dann runter, ne? Ja. Hab mir gedacht, cool. Kaufe ein Stück authentische Malergeschichte. Verwendeten Malstift, ein Malernagel, ein Selbstporträt. Wolltest du schon immer mal ein Monument commemorating? Kein Plan, was das heißt. Commemorating? Wolltest du schon immer ein Monument bauen, welches das größte Talent eines Künstlers widerspiegelt? Hiermit kannst du das, und zwar das Talent des Künstlers, des Malers widerspiegeln. Irgendwie so. Du kannst den perfekten Schrein zusammenbauen. Einer, der jeden denken lassen wird, wow, das ist ein bisschen gruselig. Und ist das ein Schrei nach Hilfe? Keine Sorge, die sind nur neidisch auf dein signiertes Zertifikat der Authentizität. Yo, nicely written, man. No paint, no gain. Moi, Klammern me. Geil. Great. Dieses Selbstporträt ist ganz schrecklich. Was ist denn da los? So, diese Lippen. Oh. Wie geil. Ja, schön. Ah, erfrischend. Stark belebender Inhalt. So, das ist auch schon runtergeladen. Ja. Jo. Fantastique, magnifique. Mach ich mal den Stream aus. War schön heute. Gut Fortschritt gemacht. War spaßig. Ich freue mich, morgen weiter.